You can also share the video. You will see RTTV. You can also see it on my page. Thank you for supporting the program. This is the RTTV and Muslim National Guard. You can also join the program with all these things. Thank you. Now, those of you join the program, we ask you to share the video. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining the program. You can also share the video if you want. Share issue concerning. Thank you. Thank you. We invite all of you to share this video. Are you sure? You can join us. Thank you. Thank you. We appreciate all of you. Thank you so much. We ask you to share the video. Invite somebody to join us. We'll be discussing our CDC political party, also the government of Nigeria. Thank you so much. Share the video with your friends. You can also follow RTTV on YouTube. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. If you just joined us, we ask you to share the video. This is RTTV. We have a host tonight. Yes, okay. Thank you so much. You can see the video if you can. We'll follow our discussion tonight. Thank you. We are building a platform to be able to invite people to be able to join the discussion tonight. Welcome all of you.
Can you increase your?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this time to welcome all of you. My name is Ambassador Weah, and the platform that you are watching is RD TV, which is the TV that I manage. And before we ask our gentleman tonight to introduce himself, we will briefly come out to tell you what we will be discussing about tonight. Our discussion tonight, there will be around two issues. The first one says, does President Weah have any plan to bring back all his CDCians on board? And then the second issue would be, what is his plan to win the 2023 elections if he does not work out things now? Those are the two things I will be discussing tonight, and we ask all of our listeners, our followers, our usual followers, to be a part of this program. It will be in the middle of the discussion where we open the line to hear from people who are watching us from everywhere. And before we go further, I will give a chance to our guests to introduce themselves before we go. And first of all, we start with Honorable Mr. Arthur Zakama, the former president and president emeritus U.S. CDC USA, and then followed by Mr. Conan, which is the strong supporter of the president, President George Weah. So, Mr. Zakama, we start with you. Can you introduce yourself? I'm not even hearing you. Hold on. Something is going on.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. It just.
I have myself on mute. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Go. Let me hear.
I have myself on mute.
Okay, I'm hearing you now. I'm hearing you. Okay.
Well, you just made it clear already that I'm former chairman of CDC USA, and I'm glad to be here for us to discuss perhaps in depth about the future of our party and the current ruling party as well. Thanks again for the invitation, and I look forward. And again, Mr. Conan, nice being panel with you as well. It's studio, I mean.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mr. Conan, could you just introduce yourself? I don't know. You had to.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Ambassador Dan and Chairman Emeritus Zakama. My name is Boima Rahim Kone, and I am a supporter of this administration and a childhood friend of the President, Dr. George Weah. And I want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to the Liberian people and to express my view on current situation in Liberia. Thank you.
All right. Once again, I want to take this opportunity to welcome the both of you. And I'm so glad tonight to have with us our Chairman Emeritus, Honorable Arthur Zakama is here with us tonight. And I think there will be a beautiful conversation tonight about the CDC party and what is trending in the country now about our president. Yeah. So first of all, we start with Honorable Zakama. What you make of the first discussion here? Is there any plan you think the president is able to bring back all of the CDC who have been disenchanted and have gone far away from the party?
Obviously, I think it's important that we look at this going election as let's say look at this going election as a way to recalibrate, to ask ourselves what's the future of the party. Hey, let's say, look at the past, this going election. I think I'm hearing myself.
Yes, sorry, I just did it off.
Okay, I will start over. Let me just say that it's important that we actually look at the future of the party right after post-election. The outcome of the post-election is very, very important for CDC and the ruling party. And as CDCians, whether those enchanted and those in government, must understand one thing. The government and the party, they are inextricably linked. Whatever happens in government because of the ruling party, the party is affected by it. So they both have to really sit down to, I would say, do a post-mortem and understand what are some of the causes that have caused the Liberian people to overwhelmingly reject the party. If we are sincere with one another and not try to sugarcoat, try to shift blame or remain complacent to kind of allude to, say, the ruling party always losing midterm election. If we continue to give excuses, then our political party will be in jeopardy. For the mere fact that we have uh, the coalition the coalition of political parties, those political parties, we have to understand that they have much larger strength in terms of looking at when they were individualized, LPP, Unity Party, ANC, along with ALP, bringing these forces together, they have their own numerical strength. But as a ruling party, I think the advantage can be on our side depending on how we perform in government, considering that UP wants to be power. But I would like to stop there as we go further. Thank you.
All right. So are you guys hearing me without using the or something? I'm okay, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm really uncomfortable to use this thing. So thank you so much, Chairman Emeritus. I really applaud you for making that point out clearly for people to understand that the CPP is not just a single party.
Yeah.
Like before, everybody used to be spread out. Some of the things that happened in Montserrat County that they won overwhelmingly. Now, some of the reasons, but people are not brought out those things for people to know. That dealing with people who are divided is different than dealing with people who are together.
That's right.
Because what happened if Unity Party or Polo Kennedy, Liberty Party Polo Kennedy, UP Polo Kennedy, in fact, just all of them Polo Kennedy? Do you think they will get that number? One person will get that number?
No.
It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's almost like three of us sitting down here tonight.
That's right.
So the strength of three of us is heavier than just one person divine ourselves to go somewhere.
That's right.
So that's some of the reason I think people need to know. So I think if the president able to think on that, I think that would be a very good thing for him. That he can use this time to bring out all the people who have been disenchanted, like you want to do. You never told us that you are no longer part of CDC, that which of course I know of. But he need to reach out to people like you, because I know when you were the chairman, I know very well what you did to bring some of us on board, that today we still standing here. So I don't know whether you're going to be thinking about that to do those things. And it's just something we all have to think about that. But let me hear from our other colleagues there. Mr. Conan.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Dan and Mr. Zayama. I want to say thanks to the audience for being a part of this unique and historical occasion. I would like to allude to what the Chairman Emeritus just elaborated on, the strength of the CPP. If you look at the 2017 election, there were 5 parties that had the highest number. And one of them was the CDC, and the rest was the ANC, the UP, the Benina Ure Party, and Councillor Brunskin Party. And out of the 5 parties, 4 have emerged. to form one political party. So their strength is overwhelming. And I think that's one of the things that the CDC as a party is overlooking. And second thing that brought the massive um, defeat of the CDC in this going election, especially in Montserrat County, has to do with the performance of the government. There are a lot of people who are dissatisfied about the performance of the government. And also there are a lot of CDCians who are disenchanted because of the lack of job and the lack of communication and the lack of reaching out to them. And I think this should be a teachable moment for the CDC as a institution, as a political party. The CDC is a grassroots party, and they still maintain the grassroots mechanism of the party, but they need to reach out to the young people, because if you look at our electorate now, they are very young. The young people between the age of 18 to 35. And most of them know the standard bearer of the CDC, which is the soccer legend, Dr. George Weah. And then they have heard a lot about what he did for Liberia during the Civil War and what he has done for Liberia in terms of image in the soccer arena. And he come into politics. A lot of people gravitate towards the CDC, especially the young people, because of that. And when they hear the story of the president, Dr. George Weah, which is a story of a boy from the slums of Gibraltar to excel in soccer and now becoming the president of Liberia, they see themselves in the president. So I think that is the strength of the president. The president should be able to use that strength that the common people can relate to him than any other political leader. And the people see themselves in him. And if he can be able to re-manifest himself and show to the Liberian people that he is a part of them, that he is going to work for them, and he is serving in the interest of them, I think it would be of good service, of great service to the Liberian people. And another point I would like to strike, that he should try to reach out to all of the disenchanted members who have just decided to sit aside, but they have not left the party completely yet, but they are just dissatisfied about the way things are done. And if he can do that, I think the CDC stand a better chance to win 2023. It's not going to be easy, because looking at the strength of those four political parties which has merged as one, there are a lot of homework need to be done. And another thing, I think the collaboration or the the CDC collaboration they have, which has to do with the NPP and the other party, I think they need to also reach out to the NPP and the other party as well, because not only CDCians from the CDC side, which is the Congress for Democratic Change, that feel disenchanted, but I also believe that members of the NPP and the other party members are also feeling disenchanted. And in order for the CDC, which is the collaborating parties that form the CDC, in order for them to be able to work together and yield a positive result, they will need to communicate and reach out to the other two parties that make up the CDC. So there should be a teachable moment for all the CDCians to be able to learn from their mistakes. And like the chairman stated, also members of the government, especially appointed officials, will have to perform beyond expectation in order to regain the trust of the Liberian people. I would like to end there for now.
Okay, I think that's one of the beautiful points there. Hold on. Those are the beautiful points you guys they try to stress out here. And one of the things that I've seen is How will he reach out to the people, more especially the people in the United States? Because I have seen most of my friends who been part of the CDC USA, they have tried their best way to reach to those people in Liberia, and they are not finding it easy to reach out to the people. How you think would that be easy for them to reach out to the people in the United States? Because the group in the United States is like a Bible, like a arm of where everything going on. They are there financially,
Yep.
and those people have been thrown out. Do you think reaching out to them at this time would be easier for them to gain the trust from them from the beginning?
Well, let me just say that there's nothing like trying, as we usually say in our Liberian way. We have to make that concerted effort to kind of read. But when you have to be sincere, first of all,
Mhm.
that you are reaching out. It cannot be the so-called retreat and reconciliation that was held last February. It has to be really sincere because, believe me, there were a lot of people that felt humiliated after the party won. I mean, as former chairman, I received a lot of calls. Even I can tell you now, Mr. Don, you are right here in America, but even your own family and friends in Liberia, without you even telling them who to vote for, but because the way you were treated in your own party, they might not have voted for CDC. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So to say that you can come up with all the rhetoric, so all the different let's say banner that we're trying to reconcile. You have the undertone got to be sincere. And look, let's reflect on when we won because we are all CDCians and the mistakes that were made. It is obvious that we all would not have been part of government. But what diaspora, personally, the way I felt, I expected the government at the time, by the time we won, based on the 12 years of our work, to make that phone call. I was right in Morovia. Oh, Chemezakama, let's call CDC USA that the president would like to speak to them to express his gratitude. That alone, hearing the voice of the president, extending thanks and appreciation to diaspora Liberians, believe me, it would have certified and calmed down the nerves. I'm giving that, not that I'm the smartest or I just created that. But when Ellen, I will reference when Ellen won in 2005, Ellen was on the line with Unity Party folks, over 300. How did I get to know? Because my in-law was a Unity Party person. And over 300 people were online to hear the president-elect, Madam Salif then, extending thanks and appreciation to diaspora Liberians. Fast forward, we won. I was there. What really happened really hurt a lot of seditions. Look, I will tell you this, Mr. Don, it is possible. Is it possible? It is possible. There are a lot of people that still believe in CDC, but they are disappointed. And I would like to say that when we took over, everybody thought, oh, it was just job. Many CDCians are disappointed, not because they were not called to work, but when they look at their own government and see most of the people that they voted against still in government, is by far more disgraceful than anything else. So they have to understand why CDCians don't believe in them. They screwed up, and they have to apologize for that. Sorry for my language. The government screwed up. They mess things up. That is, internally, you don't let your own guard down. Who goes to war and let the army without giving them the resources and tools? The people work for you. Thank you for your service. Would have been by far better off. Not everybody was going to be part of government, but hearing from the president would have sufficed. But again, all is not lost. It just has to be very sincere, very sincere. Because, like I said, Mr. Corner is right there. You right here, I'm here. We all have friends and family back home. Based on how we were treated, whether you call your family or you didn't call them, some of them decided not to vote for CDC. And I know a lot of people who did that. And those are people who really care for CDC. But they felt that, our own people who you and I used to communicate with frequently are all turned their back against their own members. And I will give you a quick example. I mean, this is CDC talk, right? Can you imagine people that led the transition from Ellen government? People that led the transition team from Ellen government, they were retained in their same position. They were retained in their same position. So a young man, before the February, retreat/reconciliation, Moba Molu and others and some people were going around apologizing for after this guy won, what's his name? Darius Dillon. Yeah, when Darius Dillon won last year. So CDC decided to have a reconciliation. I think Mr. Don, you remember that very well.
Yeah, our one of those that even made a trip for that.
Okay. Well, in the midst of that campaign to apologize to the citizens to turn out in mass, do you know that people call me to tell me that a young man, I could call them Zoko, told one of our leaders, so why are you guys coming to us to apologize? We elected you people, but you're appointing opposition. So our duty was to get to elect opposition for you. You hear how philosophical that was? The labor said, you don't need to apologize because we elected you people to bring in new faces to help us. But y'all appointed opposition. So guess what? We decided to give your opposition by electing them. How do you resolve that? So it's deeply grounded. So we have to really sit down and discuss this. I mean, if CDC wants to, the president wants to see the future of this party move forward. Because the task we have now is very, very, I would say, mountainous because you have CPP now is stronger than you can think. Even just forget about the COP that Henry Costa and his group lead. But look at when Dillon won the first time, just to kind of finalize that. When Dillon won the first time, you notice that Dillon did not only send letter of thanks and appreciation to diaspora Liberian, but he flew over. He went from state to state. I monitor all of these things. This time when Dillon was running, literally, diaspora Liberian overwhelmingly supported him, and this young man received over about $100,000 as speculated. That's the strength of diaspora Liberian. Whether you like them or not, they can be a backbone. And I just want to conclude that.
All right. Thank you so much for now. Thank you so much. Mr. Conan, do you have anything to say about that aspect of electing opposition, in fact, employing opposition in the government from the beginning?
I think the government or the ruling party should have retained some, but not most of those they retain in the government.
That's right.
Because in order to show a sign of unity You must include other competent Liberians that are outside of your party because they would bring in a different dynamic and different perspective of how things are because they can be able to sometimes check you as a government if you all are thinking in one direction and they are thinking in an opposite direction, and you can be able to analyze and accept what they are trying to tell you, you can learn a lot from it because a diverse government will bring
Mr. Connor,
diverse.
excuse me. Keep speaking. I want to grab the charger from the other room. I'm listening to you on the other phone. Yeah, be speaking.
Okay.
I'm listening to you.
Yeah, I'm listening, Mr. Connor.
Because
Yeah,
a diversity of view will help
that's
to move Liberia forward.
yeah.
But maintaining most of the people and leaving out most of your partisans, I don't think that was a smart move. But if is the government or the CDC going to learn from this? Excuse me, my light just flickered.
Yeah, yeah, no
Is
problem.
the CDC or the government going to learn from this? That is the $25 million question. Are they going to learn from their defeat in the Monserrato County? And like you stressed something, Mr. Chair, former chairman, when you talk about the young man that told the chairman and those who are going around that you wanted opposition, that's why we are electing opposition from you. That should have been a teachable moment, and it should have been a waking call to the chairman and those who were going at the time calling for reconciliation. And I think also the process that was conducted for the reconciliation, like you said, it might have been in good faith, but the process itself was not transparent in a way that people felt to be inclusive. And I think for the CDC to move forward, they would need to be much more inclusive and change the strategy instead of just gathering group of people together like you going for a rally. Be able to solicit views of those individuals that go into that particular retreat. If you would set up the different groups in terms of heads of the different communities, in terms of heads of the different committees, so that people can be able to channel their view through those heads and then it can get toward the national leadership. And then also another point, just making a call, a personal call by the president could have helped a lot. And it is not late yet. The president can be able to recover and help the party recover by being involved personally instead of letting the chairman to do most of those kind of calls or those kind of outreach. I think the president, as the standard bearer of the party, should take the leadership role and the leader and to lead his people by reaching out to those like you, Mr. Chairman, former Chairman Emeritus, for him to personally make that phone call to you and former Chairman Aziva Toba and some of the hierarchy of the party, both in Liberia and in the diaspora, so that these personal calls can be made and see if it is even possible for him to stage a meeting with all of this disenchanted sedition and speak to them personally like he did for the people of for the citizen of Lofa County. I think that will help a lot, because you as a leader, you have to show your people that you really care about them. Because the personal touch, if you win the hearts of the people, then you can win the vote of the people.
That's right.
And also to go further, to reach out to the Liberian people. And we are still looking yet for what the president is planning or what he and his team are planning for January, come January, before his state, before his speech to the Liberian people. I think the president would need to speak to the Liberian people directly and be able to assure them that what they experienced during the first 3 years of the CDC-led administration will not be repeated. They will only improve upon the things that they are doing good, that they will do it better, and they will stop those things that were not done right, that caused the Liberian people to be dissatisfied and be disenchanted. I think that in that direction, the party will start to be much more viable, and the Liberian people will start to build confidence. And I want to use this platform to also speak directly to the president that when national issue occurred, like the death of the four LRA employees, the missing three young men, the president should be able to speak to the nation directly, not using a recording or not using a broadcast, but let him speak live to the Liberian people and assure the Liberian people that he's going to do something, and to assure the Liberian people that those things would not no longer happen on his watch, and that he was, as he was sworn into office, to serve and protect the Liberian people, that he's going to serve and protect the Liberian people, and whoever was involved will be brought to justice, and justice will be done for each and every Liberian. I think when these kind of things are done, it will assure the Liberian people that yes, we have a leader, yes, that we have a brother, yes, we have a father of a nation who is like us, who is seeking our interests, and who is willing to make sure that the best interest of our country is served. But before I close this section of my statement, I just want to acknowledge the CDC once more. The strength of the CPP should not be overlooked because there are four major political parties that have merged to form the CPP. So they should do everything within their power and start doubling up as of today as we have this broadcast and see how they can reconcile. And I also want the CDC to use the concession speech of Thomas Falal, of how he was gracious in his speech and how he expressed true leadership to the Liberian people. That he told the Liberian people that all the promises that were made during the campaign was not just campaign promises, but he would follow through with the rest of the promises. Because I think
I'm sure you are having my program.
Can you put it on mute?
Yeah, be quiet, relax.
No, we understand, Father.
And also because most of the Liberian people felt that the CDC have neglected them and they were only coming to them for vote at the time of the campaign. And that should stop. And the CDC should create a new strategy to come up to reach out to the Liberian people and reach out to her disenchanted partisans, and to be able to rejuvenate the party, to be preparing as of now for 2023 and beyond 2023. And I also want to use this time to let the CDC know that it shouldn't be a party that would just exist during the time of President George Weah, but it should be an institution that would last a lifetime or generations after we have left the stage, that young people in the future generation will be able to tell the Liberian people that I am a part of the CDC. That's how I see this party, and I hope that's how the leadership is seeing the party. I will stop there for now, and thank you, Honorable Dan and Chairman Zakama.
Beautiful, beautiful. I love that. I think what are the problem that we are facing right now? I think it's hard for some of our men to know when you are trying to bring out somebody's point. that we are facing right now to tell them it's kind of very hard for people to understand, to accept the fact that there's something that happened and people are not satisfied. And if we have the kind of program at least to be able to point out some of these things, I hope they will be able to listen.
Yeah.
I hope so. And the CDC USA, I think they did a lot. Very, very, during the election, especially the last election, know how much money the people collected over here. They did extremely well. But up to now, we are not getting any good appreciation from the president. It's just something that they don't make people to feel good. Sometimes even what we are doing on the Facebook, people will say, why you are doing, why you need recognition for what you're doing, why you need people to talk to you for what you're doing. And sometimes I tell them that it's not supposed to be like that. We're not just on Facebook doing our own thing. We're on Facebook for the purpose of something. And what we are defending, if the people don't know that we are defending them, don't know what we are saying, it makes sense. Then we turn our back on them to see what will happen. But probably they don't know that what we say, other people come to listen and it can change people's mind. Don't know at all. So those are some of the problems that we are facing everywhere. And now you guys talk about bringing opposition into government. Let us face the reality. I think in the United States,
I will have to leave for
when
now.
the Republicans take over, they don't just bring in Democrats to their government right away.
Mr. Dan.
Even though they will work, but it cannot be to those strategic areas for them to go to be able to work. There are other places that they will put those people. But like Mr. Chairman Emeritus regularly said, the first group of people, I think there were 15 people. The early government recommended them to go and have a small transition. And those guys, since then, some of them, they are staying. In fact, all of them are staying in government. Number one man is Eugene Langbe. Eugene Langbe is still in government. He's still the information minister. Mary Broad, they all were in the government. They are still working right now. Those are things like making the people listen. They just getting tired.
Honorable Dan, my battery is going low, and I have to find my charger. So I will be going off for now, and I will join you guys later on.
Okay. So, Honorable Chairman, the end button. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Yeah. And I'll be joining you all later on.
No problem.
All right.
Yeah, Mr. Dan, you said it right. Let me just clarify here quickly so it's not misinterpreted. There is no way that CDC will have taken power and just have everyone to be CDCian in government. Government is too big, and based on the size of CDC in terms of the level of qualification that we have, within the party, I don't think we have that number to match what government needed. So obviously we're going to have some former government, let's say the outgoing government, we will have retained them. But, it has happened. It's like the spilled milk, right? It's now where we find ourselves. We cannot undo what happened 3 years ago. But it's time now that we recalibrate in order to move forward. Like I said earlier, the first thing, there are two things that we have to look at, two areas: the party itself and the government. Like I said, they are inextricably linked, especially from the government to the party when it comes to the election. But within the party itself, we must come up with some kind of MOU to prohibit recruiting from Capitol building and start recruiting and nurturing partisans in the various electoral districts and counties so that these people can be, well known by their people, as compared to taking somebody who is completing his term in one political party, and by the time the ruling party is there, they are ready to cross over. We need to stop these things. We saw the number of incumbents that were, that were not re-elected. So it's about nurturing and growing the party. We can't keep doing the same thing and we expect for the people to gravitate towards CDC. CDC is a grassroots party. If it is a grassroots party, then we have to showcase that by making sure that we are recruiting within our own grassroots, meaning if somebody is running in Electoral District 1 in Nimba County, instead of taking a representative who is completing his term, from a different political party from that district, we should be able, years before then, recruit, nurture, and help that person to, to run on that party ticket. I think that's how you strengthen the party. Because what? When people start seeing, when members start seeing that you are respecting the institutional framework and you are nurturing from within, especially from those areas, people will be gravitating towards strengthening the local chapter base. But if the man feels that, they don't care about me here, right? He will be flip-flopping just as you are flip-flopping at Capitol building. The next thing is the current government. We'll be repeating ourselves over time. President George Weah has to take the bull by the horn. Time is not on his side. He can decide to say, I'm done, I don't care, which will kill the party, or he can, first of all, reconcile, like the brother said, come back to your party. You have LPDP, the Alessandro Talos party. You have NPP, and you have your own CDC. You need to come back to base. You need to come, it's a must. If you don't think that it is, then we have serious problem 2023. Because no matter how much you give people now, diaspora Liberians are by far more influential in CPP than any time in history. So we don't have that luxury to be saying this thing over and over, Mr. Don. President George Weah and those in leadership, meaning in the government, and the National Executive Committee of CDC, they need to sit down and really hash out all of those things that have handicapped the party from moving forward. So that's why I think that's what needs to be done.
All right. I think the next discussion here says, what does President Weah have any plan to win the next election?
Well, let me just say that I cannot say, I don't know what he has in mind, but if I have to think about what he needs to be thinking about or suggestion, I would say he needs not only, this is an institution, he doesn't just need to kind of fight for himself. He needs to restore confidence within the party and now start nurturing other people to become future leaders of the party. So we'll get 2 more years actually to get it right in government. So he needs to really sit down and ask himself, in 2 years, what do you want to really accomplish?
Lower your volume.
Okay.
I will take you. No, not you.
Okay.
Not you, Mr. Zangaman, not you.
Okay.
If somebody just call. Lower your volume, I will get you.
Yeah, like I said, President Weah needs to look at all of his national policies and really reprioritize and see which one he wants, maybe 2 or 3 major ones that he can implement that will have significant impact on our people's lives in order to leave that legacy and use it for the campaign message. You cannot do everything now because everything is not, I mean, time is not on your side. Time is not on your side. You have the choice constitutionally to keep those that you have in power and hold them responsible on a quarterly basis based on performance review, or you have the opportunity to bring in new faces that are willing to go back home, and those that are there to help you succeed. But remember, it is a continuous task now. President Weah should have begun this, I would say, since yesterday, right after the election. So time actually is not on the ruling party side.
Yeah. We just keep talking about the CPP. But if we are able to be serious, to work on those little things that we are talking about, I think things will be better still. I don't think that things are completely gone out of our hand. But those are some of the things that I was saying today. Like the president, small thing you want to make issue out of. Like for example, CDCians topic today concerning the Christmas tree. Going back to respond to those things that just distract them.
Yeah,
Do you think those things was something that the president supposed to pick out to respond to?
I think if I were in that position, I definitely would not have responded to such, for the fact that it will come back to bite me because of the saying that, meaning President Weah was responding to the president, to the former president, right? But if you've been reading the exchanges on social media, one of the questions that literally most people are asking, that after the everything the president wrote down about opulence of what Ellen did, he began to delineate everything from Nucal to the $13 million. I mean, fine, but the question that people are asking is like he incriminated himself, because it's like, Mr. President, you knew all this, but you chose not to order her. You chose not to order her. So what good does it do for the Liberian people? So I would not have advised the president to go after the former president, because why? You pretty much let go of that part 3 years ago. You chose not to order her. And for me, in my profession, and I think everybody that work here, what type of job you get, there's no way when somebody, even the men that are working on the first shift or second shift, you may report to the next man where you left things, and the other man will pick up from there.
Yeah.
Okay. In the corporate setting, we have auditors. It does not necessarily have to be in finance alone. We have auditors to come and see whether you're doing the job right. Because what you're doing at production, as we call it, the end users, like what we're using here, right, will know whether the product is of high quality. So obviously, people are buying stock. People are buying stock. So obviously, the product must be good. Okay? If the product is not good, what will happen? People will start withdrawing their share. So that's the reason why, even in technology, there is audit, independent one, internal and external audit, operational excellence. And President Weah chose not to do that within the context of peace, but it came back to bite him, because what? President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, like her helper, she's politically savvy. This woman, my salutation to her, because this woman won election and she was able to continue and subdue almost all top Liberian politicians.
Yeah.
This is not a person that you can play with. Let us agree that George Weah, you love Madam Salif. Fine. You care for her, you care for she and her family. Fine. But you should have done the audit and then at your discretion, choose not to expose it. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In that way, you have something to hold on to. But you chose not to. We're going 3 years. And you want to say that because she said something? I would not advise the president to have done so.
I think that's exactly what my program this morning was all about, to just bring out some of the points, because now we have the platform, we have the authority to speak to the Liberian people, we have the authority to speak on issues that will affect people or that will help our people. So when some other thing comes, that's why we're part of this thing. We need to bring it out, we discuss it. Some probably, who knows, sometimes they will be able to listen to us and say, oh, maybe that God is saying the true thing. We're supposed to do exactly what he's saying. So that's why I brought this issue up today for us to talk about. And the president, one of the things that we see that was the contributing factor to the defeat, the president didn't visit any of the countries in Liberia saying he took office. The only time we saw the president going to break ground in those places was the election campaign.
Yeah.
So if he wait right now until 2023 before he start visiting those places, do you think he will be able to get the people?
Well, let me just say that CDC, I'm sorry, I'll have to tell people, we have to tell it as is, so that we really go back to real work, from reconciling the party to making sure that everyone plays his or her role effectively in order to effectuate change in Liberia within the next 2 years, if that's what they want. And I keep saying that for the future of CDC, President George Weah and all those in power that are CDCians, the life and survivability of CDC is in their hands. It's in their hands. They can choose to ignore what people recommending. They can choose to ignore the elections result and say, you know what, this is a midterm, and we in America, the ruling party usually lose election, and don't do nothing. Keep on the same track and see what the outcome will be. But what I do know, the forces the forces against CDC is nothing to joke with. We have the CPP, we have the government that needs to perform. We have the party that needs to do a lot of groundwork in the various electoral districts to start recruiting and training our people. So there's a lot of work to be done. But to your question, my brother, I just spoke earlier about the president not reaching out to CDC USA when we won. And there were people around him who didn't feel that CDC USA did enough. But can you imagine
what is going on?
Yeah, so I think it is our responsibility to work together, but I can tell people the forces against us now, if nothing is done from now to next year, you have more CDCians jumping ship because they feel that the president is not willing to change. We have not seen anything yet. If the president doesn't change, most CDCians will leave the party. Watch it. Your sister Zakama said it. If they don't see any changes from the president from now, let's say within 1 year, as we enter 2022, people will feel like, you know what happened? He's not listening. He doesn't care. But if he can be the George Weah who listened to the Liberian people when they said that he was not educated, if that George Weah can come back in him, when they said that he wasn't educated, he took the time.
Hold on, I will soon put you through. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I got somebody on the call when you're done before we take that person.
Yeah, when they said that he wasn't educated, he was humbled enough to have listened to the Liberian people to go back to school. When he said that he never had government experience, he was humble enough to listen again, to leave his aspiration, his dream to becoming president, to going back to becoming senator. The George Weah that was humble enough to listen to his people. If that George Weah shell can come back in him to listen to the result of December 8th and come back to strengthen his party and go and challenge his those that he employed in government to hold them accountable for performances, I think he can have a bounce. Because remember, all our people are looking for is better life for them, for they and their children. And to close out, I like to tell people that from the McGill, let's say from the president down to all CDCians or government employees, when you see people at your door or doors, and people begging, if you see people at your office begging, if you see people standing at your car begging, technically they are not begging you. They are asking for the share of their government money because you refuse to do, you're getting paid and you get extra money. So look at it in the context of corruption. This habit of always getting in government and all of a sudden you become a humanitarian, something wrong somewhere with our society. We need to stop that. Create more jobs because it comes with wealth. But I like to end on that. I really like to discourage this acting like humanitarian, going around building market buildings, and one man who couldn't even rent one room is not building a market ground for people. Where are you getting the money from? That cannot be your salary. So we have to deviate from these things and start creating jobs. I'll stop right there.
All right, thank you so much. Before I take the same question to Mr. Conan, there, we got somebody on the call here. The person been here for a while. I'll listen to that person.
Yeah.
Call your name and where are you calling from?
Mr. Doe, I'm Joseph Weah. I'm calling from London.
What are you said to join the conversation? You want to join us?
Yes.
Okay, I will send you the link.
No, I just want to speak on the platform now.
Okay. Hold on.
Principle, I'm a normal condition. If I was in the chairman's position, I wouldn't do anything.
I can't hear you.
About this time. But that's not the chairman bearer. Our president. That's the Australian Liberian. They think that by aligning himself with the Australian Liberian will be a boss, out there. And so the chairman, he can't be the same. Therefore, for me, it's eye for eye, two for two. So I must commend him for coming up with all the due respect, I believe, that have been shown towards Liberians or in the diaspora. It's the basis of this party called CDC. You cannot forget them. It's about tradition out there. This person has shown to us that the Australian are enemies to his progress. I'm talking about the Australian traditions are enemies to his progress. Let me just read something to you. The Justice Minister is under position. The Transport Minister is under position. Okay? LPNC or FPRC, opposition. Agriculture, opposition. Minister of NSC Director, opposition. I heard the Defense Minister is on opposition. Okay? And we have the HR directors in those real entities in the country. They are all headed by opposition. Ambassadors across the world, majority opposition. Okay? The foreign minister, the one I was just appointed, supported I heard and I saw, he supported your JMB, Joseph Boakai, also opposition. Mr. Dan, what do you expect when a five chief in the country, the NSC director, is an opposition? What do you expect? And I will tell you this party is near finishing. Because I can see too much of this organization and disregard for major things. During the Blue Tsunami in recent times, Mr. Sir Joseph, at the end of that program, told everybody, including myself, living here in London, that people should go back to their headquarters, to their district. They have 17 cows in 17 districts prepared as food for those people. Mr. Dan, it was a lie. It was a scam. That angered a lot of people. People not looking for party food to eat at home. But when you say something to people, don't take them to be the fools. The man promised that they should go to the district. And there were 17 cows in each district, one cow for each district. And they were full prepared, everything organized. Because that was a fiasco, it was a lie, it was a charade. How do you expect people to feel? So this government is not ready yet. Because who told you? That's why I told some people in some town where I said the enemy of the opposition, Mr. George, President George Manuel Weah, President George Manuel Weah. He is in opposition. In a million years, Mr. Dan, Emmanuel Shaw of all people, Emmanuel Shaw of all people has become an advisor to George Manuel Weah. Can you imagine? This chairman I'm listening to right now is very educated, very informed. The other brother also very informed. Do you think this guy cannot serve good position in this government? That you have people who don't share your ideas. Listen, the great democracy in the world is America. Joe Biden is appointing people now. Is he appointing Republicans? Because you in America, I live in London. Tell me now. Is Joe Biden appointing people from the Republican Party? No. You got to bring people on board who have your vision.
Yeah.
The little ones will go out there. But the president decided to avoid tension, including the chairman that is on your show tonight. This is a gross disrespect and cannot go unpunished. This president needs to change his attitude towards the aspiring Liberians. We are now unimportant. We are important people. We support everybody. Some people even spend their last dime to support this party.
Yep.
How can you do this to them, Mr. Brown? What explanation do you have to give them? What explanation do you have to give them? For President Dan and for President Weah, if he employed...
When you give me president now, I will be too happy. Go ahead, Joseph. I'm just kidding.
That's the fact, Mr. Dan. For him, when you appoint Jasper Laburian, the government will collapse. So he dare not do so. Can you imagine, Mr. Dan? Can you imagine in a billion years? Any during when she think about what did she do? She right side, so she down side and right side. And what did she do? She brought in her own people that will understand her, that will work together with her. And what happened to Rabin too? Today she left power. She's now one of Africa's richest women in Africa. From the blue. And she's the person who is now speaking against this government on ungratefulness in higher places, principalities and demons in higher places. Only God can save Liberia. And then Justice Kelly of all people, the one who initiated the Pacific Concession Agreement and only two survived internationally. She's the one coming out today to criticize. Can you imagine the deception in higher places? And there's a man who came to power to that and decided to who brought destruction on us. The who brought economic hardship on our people. The who are paying people 25,000 in our whole country. Even in the Western world, you cannot make $25,000 a month. Why is just the charity that you make $25,000 a month in a country where you have people living below 1,000 per day? People are making 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. So down. This is serious. And I must commend this chairman. I can't be like you, Mr. Chairman. I can't be like you because for me, people I will now work for government. I support the citizens because we are grassroots party. We are believed to be. We are believed to be, but we are being hijacked. We are hijacked, and people that surround the president will not allow you to do the right thing. You will not do the right thing. You will tell me, watch my words. President Joe will not come back to this. He will not do it. Because he's being hijacked. President Weah is preparing for only one term. We should not waste our time. We should not waste our time. My heart aches. My heart hurts to see a traditional board being taken over by these guys who don't have plan for this country. I saw Alexander coming recent time taking picture on Granchide Qatar Highway. Picture of how bar roads like President Weah came and dug out the quotas they put up for hands on the figure. You see the deception? And people are believing these people. People are believing them. Now, with all of what I've said, the solution is this. My suggestion to the president, Mr. President, I'll tell you this. I respect you, and I'll continue to respect you. But I will be friend with you. Because anybody who loves you and is not friend with you doesn't love you. I will tell you this clear. It is same thing as you open the door when you are sweating. Someone going by his people were there, gossiping and here and there, and they're not doing the truth. At the end of the day, something happens. I am telling you the truth today because I love you. Because President, come back to your base. Do not forget the African Liberian. We got power. Financially, we are strong. Influentially, we can make costs. We can see the road from afar and we will tell you, we will take cover. Do not avoid us. The reason why they are telling you to avoid the CDCians is because they don't want you to know the truth. They don't want you to have plans against them. And then to what the chairman was saying concerning people coming to our party last time, and then we give them position of they run on our party ticket. This is unprofessional. That one Mr. Weah in real country, who everybody hated in that country, will come to join our party, and then you run the party ticket. Last time we have CDCians. CDCians was very, very notable, very, very known in that country. It's a bad position. It's a tool for Joe Weah choose to play when you're playing football in Italy. This is the man that we are supported. We are banning him. He came second. Can you imagine with little resources that you have? He came second. Don't have September from Lofa, who came to run. He went to our party and then we gave him opportunity. For me, Mr. Dan, I will tell you this. The chairman should go. The chairman needs to go. This chairman is not associated with winning. He's not associated with victory. If he thinks that people are allowing him to save his pay, he should resign. He should resign and go so that we can have different faith on our party. it's not associated with victory. First of all, this is a man who came in and had a tip. He said, "Oh, it was dumb." Are you kidding me? President Chairman of Party speaking against the Senate error and was recorded. That's deception at the highest level. So for me, he should go. The chairman needs to go. The chairman needs to go so that we can really promulgate our party. That's what these are the things I got to tell the president. The NSC director needs to go. He's not working with you. In fact, your life is at risk. Only reason why you are still surviving because nobody can accept it because if they're happy, that they will be burned down. That's all. Or else that is not, or if you are killing people, then maybe something will happen by this time. Because the United States, we have the opposition as your fire chief who is leaking information, sensitive, classified information to the opposition. Everything Costa Rica in America getting to know that Donald Trump will win the 51.5% of the election even before the ballots are counted. How can this be, my people? How can this be? And everything the boys say comes to pass. Comes to down. You have one Musa Dean who is a lawyer to ARP, but he is the Minister of Justice. Can you see the deception? The thing they say about us is true. It's coming to pass. They say we're not educated, we are spiteful. It's coming to pass and it has come to pass. Do you think, Mr. Dan, to close up? Do you think, Mr. Dan, if by any chance people become the power tomorrow, do you think one citizen will get position in our government? Just be realistic with me. Do you think one citizen will get position? No, Mr. Chairman. I'm asking you, Mr. Chairman. No. You get one position. Down there, I already said it. Down there, if the government of inclusion doesn't mean you should employ opposition. You already started it. So if they come to power, they will not even look at us. They will say we are stupid people. That's why we're letting them working our government. They were on the money of God. We're not educated. This guys, they're helping to the boom. The president is ignoring our pain. And so I am saying we should start getting ready to hand over power to the opposition. Because that's what's going to happen in 2023. With this trend, we don't change people time, that's what's going to happen and there will be no question. Thank you, Mr. Dan.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, Chairman, that's one of your strong men over there that just talked. Do you have anything to say about him? If you mute yourself.
Yeah. To be real, that's the sentiment, as former chairman, I hear from a lot of CDCians when I'm speaking to them. And it's just unbelievable that CDCians today across the world, from especially the Western world, from Australia to Europe to the Northern Hemisphere. I mean, you have CDCians are saying to themselves that sometimes when I'm receiving calls from them, they are saying, Chairman, I can't believe that, some of them thinking that they're still dreaming, that it is not true, that it is their party that won, to find that, they're being led by the people that they took power away from. And whatever political arrangement that went behind the scene, it undermines the party growth. It undermines the party growth. I remembered when Ellen won in 2017, when we did not participate in the second round. And I think there was a planned protest. And whatever arrangement went behind the scene, we were told in the diaspora that Ellen wanted to bring in about 30 professional CDCians. And some of us kind of worked that out and sent those names. Ellen, again, did not even try to recognize CDC, right? She just took few people at the lower end, assistant minister and what have you. I think McGill was one of those that were part of that arrangement when they made him assistant minister, I believe, at Labor. and some of them went as consultant. But my brother, let's be real. This is politics. I would have loved to see some CDCians mixed with like opposition, not just UP, but LP. You know, the configuration should have been far more diverse. But with CDC should be giving, you know, high priority in terms of serving in strategic area for the government. You can have people who served in those key areas and keep them there. I mean, no matter how good they were to President Weah, we didn't see them really on the campaign trail campaigning for the party. I don't like to pinpoint at a specific ministry, but let's be real. Let's forget about the let's forget about all of the advisors and what have you. I know to mention because we all have our reasons. But Mr. President, to take over your internal affairs ministry, that ministry is grounded by reaching out to from paramount chief all the way to superintendents and city mayors. You left gentlemen there. How do you expect for CDC message to reach to the people or the government? Look, let's face it, we are in a serious jeopardy. The forces against CDC now is not what we had during the election. Again, we all just agreed that CPP, that amalgamation of LP, ANC, UP, right? Remember, LP strength is in Moserado, I mean, it's in Grand Bassa County. Okay? You have UP. UP base is Lofa County. Okay? ANC is kind of spread out between Maryland and Monrovia with that 100 and some thousand vote in the first round. And remember, CDC, I mean, ANC is an offshoot of CDC. And ALP is an offshoot of CDC. So those two political parties continue to serve as magnet for disenchanted CDCians. So the president must understand the NPP that we underestimated strength is in Bone County. And the vice president is a former two-term senator. The president must, if he wants for this thing to move forward. This is politics. You cannot make somebody your vice president, especially in Liberia, when we talk about popular vote. You cannot bring someone who has political liability. You must be able to bring someone who complement what you bring into the table. Okay? Because if you sideline the vice president, you're most likely going to be kissing Bone County goodbye.
Yeah.
So you need Bone County in terms of majority. I mean, you can bring everybody on board, but if you sideline the vice president, it's a trouble because look, for me, as former president, national president of the Federation of Local Association, it gave me the opportunity to really understand how tribalistic and ingrained our people are when it comes to their culture. Our people are very sensitive set of people. The vice president is from two counties, Lofa and Bon. Her name, the Howard, is a famous name in Zosa district. So, Mr. President, all of the votes you got from those areas and the Pella Belt that runs from Bon County to Mangibi and Bapolu, you cannot underestimate it. That's the Pella Belt. That's the Pella Belt. So, go back to the Liberian people amend what all went wrong, recognize it, go inside, meaning internal, call the vice president, you'll fix your problem, you'll come over a unifying face to how we're going to move forward, bring the NPP people back, bring LPDP people back, bring yours, this is chanted CDCians back. This thing has nothing to do with ego. This has to do with like I think the brother Mr. Cornett talked about the young young people. They have put too much into this party. Some were 15 when they joined CDC. They couldn't even vote when they joined CDC. 15 years later, they are 30 years old. They are still CDCians. That's the party they know. They're looking up to you, Mr. President. They are looking up to you to drive this vehicle to a place that will be promising for them in order for the legacy of you and the party will continue. Because if you turn that light bulb off, it will be dark. And many of those who have pinned their future on this party to transform the lives of Liberians will be oblique. And guess what? Many people will start jumping party, just like how when CDC took over, the Sacrament tree was like every other day celebration of anointing new members. We need to stop that. To be real, that's behavior is not good. You want to join the party? Go fill up the form. Go fill out the form, stand in line. Go fill up the form, and you know why? Fine. But again, let me close out here quickly. And this goes to the president directly, like Cornett did. Let me try to do that. Mr. President, and this goes to Moba Molu as well. Stop telling people or stop accepting people who want job in CDC to join CDC first. It is not good. It is not good. We have seen many people joining the party, then in 1 month, 2 months, they get a job. Mr. President, if the people are qualified, they don't have to join CDC. Allow their conscience to play. Hire qualified Liberians, not because they want to join CDC. I am one of those that would tell everyone here, if you are qualified more than me, let the president hire you before me. This thing is about getting the job done. And for me, Arthur Zagama, to feel vindicated that my party is doing well and changing lives. That's what I'm more concerned about now. It is not about me going to Liberia. I have no interest. As I sit here now, I hate to use the word never, but as I sit here now, I have no interest of going to Liberia, even under the ruling party. To close out on this topic, let me tell you, Mr. Cornett, do you guys know that when I was national chairman for the Federation of Local Association, being a staunch member of CDC, UP people used to call me to go and work in their government. Friends. But my own party, that I served and broke my leg. You can't even hear one person even say, "Oh, President, how you doing?" That's how ungrateful this whole, it's power that causing it. I really don't know. But let them not think that they're hurting me. I'm bringing this up because I have heard a lot of CDCians out there. Reach out to your people, even without giving in, appreciate them. Because every vote counts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Mr. Coach, before I bring you on, I got somebody on the phone line. Let me get that person on before I bring you. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
On the phone line, your name and where are you calling from? Hello? Yeah, your name and where are you calling from? Okay, not hear from you.
Yeah, one of the major things.
No, lower the one that you're watching it from. Please. Hello?
Yeah, his voice is quickly. You need to cut off his stuff. You can hear him clearly.
Yeah, we can hear him. Ambassador Dan, we can hear him.
Calling.
Hold on, the people not hearing you. Hold on. Hello? Yeah, you have a conversation and you just keep talking, not even following instruction. You have the monitor there on. Can you turn it on? Also, you will be able to talk clearly. Because the people were not hearing you. Go ahead, let me see.
When it comes to the banking issue, it also affecting the government. A lot of people in the diaspora sending money to the people with wisdom, and these are people too that they cannot eat on time. Even though the money is not for government, not government paying them. There are foreign people sending them the money, and they cannot receive the money go to the bank.
Yeah, I can hear the guy. I'll be back.
These are one of the major issues. People that are doing the business. They are people that
He's fading in and out. Ambassador. I can hear him. Ambassador Dan. Can hear him. Can you hear me?
Can you just drop that guy off because we can better hear him? Yeah.
No, we can hear him.
Hold on, the people said they're not hearing you.
Yeah, let the guy call back.
Hold on. Hello. The people said they're not hearing you on the line. I don't know.
Just quickly, it's terrible. So let me.
The line is terrible, huh?
His sound is terrible.
Yeah, he's fading in and out. We can't really understand what he's saying.
Yeah. So maybe.
How about the five caller? The five caller was clear?
Yeah, he was audible. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're not hearing you on the line. You talking, I think the phone where you are, you got an echo. Too much echo.
Yeah, the echo around there. Yeah. Does he have it on speaker? Because if you get his phone.
Follow your name and where are you calling from? Hello? Follow your name and where are you calling from? You are on the line. Your name and where are you calling from? I got one of them. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Connor.
Well, I want to say thanks again to Chairman Emeritus Zakama.
And just a minute, just a minute. The last thing that we were discussing, and which time you left us was
I was monitoring.
oh, you are monitoring. Okay,
Yes,
about
I
the
was.
president visit to the country during the campaign season.
Yes, I was monitoring the Chairman Emeritus Zakama, and I want to commend him for his diligence and hard work doing his chairmanship, not only for the CDC, but for the young people. Because as I said earlier, the young people sees the CDC as a grassroots party, that they have invested their time, and most of them are even investing their life to the CDC. And that is a legacy that I personally, I'm a young man, that I want it to continue beyond President Weah administration and for generations to come. Because for far too long, the young people and the common people, or the slum dwellers and ghetto dwellers, have been deserted. And the people in the rural areas and in the counties of Liberia has been deserted. And this party, which is the CDC, have breathed some life into the young people, into the slums community, into the people in the rural area. And it is disheartening to a young man like me that at this very early age of the administration, that they are losing those hopes of the young people, of the slum dwellers, of the people in the interior, the common people, the indigenous people. And I want to let the hierarchy of the CDC to know that a lot was invested and a lot is still invested and a lot is at stake in this particular party and in this government. And I hope that our president is listening, just as the chairman said. If President Weah can go back to the George Weah that listened to the Liberian people when they said he was not educated to go back to school, that is the President Weah that we want. The President Weah that listened to the Liberian people, that told him that he did not have any government experience. He went back to become a senator. That is the President Weah we want. The George Weah that went to Europe and conquered the football scene and became the world best when no African have ever done it before. That is the President Weah we want. The George Weah that became the only African to win the Ballon d'Or where he was playing soccer. That is the President Weah we want. Most of us, the young people, and I say this and I will say this on this platform, I just want to say that directly to my president and my brother and friend. President Weah, you are not a politician. You are just a soccer legend who became the president of Liberia. And if you can understand the logic behind my statement, you will be one of the best presidents in Liberia. Because one is always truth to themselves if you embrace who you are and not trying to be somebody else or something else. President Weah, you are not a politician. You are a patriotic Liberian who love your country, who love your people. And that is the president that we voted, that the Liberian people voted overwhelmingly in 2017. And that is the president that I believe that the chairman emeritus, Mr. Zakama, supported and campaigned for. That is the president we want. And if you can believe and use those skills and knowledge that you took to the soccer field and dominated in every capacity
if you bring that knowledge and skill to the presidency, I can tell you, my president, you will be one of the best presidents, because you went to play soccer to show the world when Liberians were not considered by other countries to be people of dignity. You dignify Liberia and you dignify Liberians by your performance on the soccer pitch. I want you to please bring back that skill.
Is your last day on?
Yes, I'm here. So that you can please dignify the ordinary Liberians, so that you can dignify the slum dwellers, so that you can dignify the indigenous people, those in the interior of Liberia, those in the countryside.
Yeah, hold on the line. I will pull you through.
To continue to believe in themselves, so that you can inspire. You have inspired, and we want you to continue to inspire great leaders for Liberia, patriotic Liberians. Because when Liberia was deserted by most of the so-called politicians now who are coming to ask us to lead this country, you never deserted Liberia. You stood by Liberia. You dignify Liberia, and you dignify Liberians. And that is the George Weah. And that is the President Weah that we want. That is the President Weah that we expect of you. And if you can believe and listen to us, you will lead our country, and you will make Liberia one of the best country in West Africa and the entire Africa, and even practically in the world. So I want to close on this. I want to say, Honorable Don, thank you so much. Chairman Emeritus, thank you so much. It is an honor, and I'm humbled to be on the same platform with you this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll take a few callers from the line here. Let's see. Caller, your name and where are you calling from?
Once again, this is James calling from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
Is he okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Very good.
You say it's okay?
Yeah, it's okay. It's me.
Yeah, okay. One of the major things that's happening now that going to make your SOP is 2023 election. The banking sector are not working in the people, ordinary people. People sending their money to their family people. They cannot receive it on time. In fact, go to the bank with $75 and people want $25 from your money. This is what happening, and the government is not taking no decisions. We have more banks now opening in Liberia, but most of the banks then they are closing their branches because there's no money in the country. No Liberian dollars, the US dollar they hardly get it when you go to the bank to get it. Now, those of all that they ship stuff to Liberia. Now we get good stuff to the food. We cannot get our food out of the food because they did not either. They moved people from Liberia. So now people are not operating, and the government, the people there that were making people can do it, they cannot do the work. They cannot put the people container outside. Now that is so broad, they come up a protest. We take our protest, we have it tomorrow, they are so tomorrow. Because they brought up people Christmas 3 weeks ago, how many weeks ago, up to the money we pay for container CDCians. We cannot get use of that container. Then my container, according to the Liberian government, going to work is to arrive, to get one order already. It's to arrive on the 15th. And my father was not good. It's good for me. Try to see how the taxes are too exorbitant, and the duties on those containers are very high. Very high, then the taxes too exorbitant, and you want to get some of those fees. So my private, you got to sign systems down, system up. When systems down for 2 days, they charge you when we pay money for those systems are down. When systems down, the government will consider those days as invalid days. They are going to charge them for those days. Because they don't really want to put the system down. But the taxing of state will money. It's a family-based community. That's what even the Christian community. We still trying to be Liberian. Want to put out our government as them. We just want the government as there to protect us. Now all we need. But this government actually is not protecting our own up here. They say that one government to our family go through this. One day, let's learn forgiving. Don't say it's not. If you don't liberate, you go to the point of moral restriction is not all. And when the Christian down, they're not taking into consideration. They charge us for those days and the Christian down. Which is wrong. I'm telling you, remember there will be protest. Just for just for. People cannot get and do that. There's no somebody put them for our people. If they say we go with, they cannot get it out. It's harming the people. So they tell me, I don't know, you're going to talk with your people to see how much they can bring people by. If you want people to come by, you're going to be together with pastor with people like that. We only can start there to pay our food. And when your food around on Friday, they don't want to start this Sunday, they are still already going already. They only got 2 days to play. They get 2 days to play. It's so difficult.
So,
and they think,
hello?
Hello?
Are you telling us that Beaver is no longer in Liberia?
Beaver is no longer in Liberia.
Is the 25 contractor finished? Okay, so I think that's what delaying it, because before Beaver, you used to check your goods overseas. Yeah. And once the goods go to Liberia, the people have to check it too. They got to check it too. So are they still checking that the way you used to check it over here? No, they're not even checking it. That's why they want money. You get a specific container, want to take it out of the you want to look at all the different container. You want to open them to put the load inside one by one. No, it's not possible. No, let me see these are bad. We were saying our DRP will happen for today. It's fine for us. And what happened in Africa? All that is written on a system by the people who are paying for the green and for inspection. Whether it's China, whatsoever, America, it's the people, they're big. It is like for them to for killing. They take their container into to Gaga Buddha or whatsoever Buddha is for you. And trust the computer to like her. You go. Now what people do that, and people that when you send a computer and the people system that you use before the monitor. Yeah. It's too heavy. So even they are not charging you for inspection fee like before. No, the inspection fee is high than before. But it's not like they carry on physical inspection, right? No? Some container they will do physical inspection, some container will go. Then we do inspection upon when it's all the day. That one, the money going in the package. Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you so much. I think all of people are listening. I'm quite sure that some of the people who are responsible follow our show, and they might be able to work on some of those things that you're talking about. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for your concern, and thank you. Anytime you're welcome to come and be part of some of the discussion.
Yeah, I think what the brother is saying, I've heard a lot from many Liberians about sending containers to Liberia. Mm-hmm. I mean, harder and harder. And the president or whoever the head of custom and all other agencies are responsible to really address the concerns of these people. They are not helping the government because many diaspora Liberians might not be able to hire more than 200 or 300 people at one point, but those, the mom and pop shop are hiring 2 or 3 persons. When you have a good number of small businesses from diaspora Liberians hiring these people, it helps to reduce unemployment. So that they need to look at it within that context instead of trying to take too much from the people who are trying to help. Another thing that they need to really look at to evaluate in terms of taxes, these taxes that they levy against diaspora Liberians. If the man is not going to do business and he come to help, let's say build a home, it's part of development, because if a man is going to build a house in Liberia, or the profit, or take, for example, like you, who trying to establish a healthcare system in your rural area, that job you're creating, because the masoner, the plumber, the people that are preparing the bricks, all of them being paid to work. It might be temporary, but that's job. That's job. So these things need to get some tax benefit in these things, and because it encourages people or businesses to really come in. You have to create a much more friendly business environment for people to really come in. But if people feel like just one container is more expensive than the contents in there, you're going to scare them away. And I've heard that even with CDCians themselves, a used car. This gentleman gave me a breakdown. He's from California. I'm a $3,000 if you take it for somebody, and we're talking about like 2015, 2012. You charging somebody almost $3,000 to $4,000, to put on the road. How do you expect him to sell it? So I really, people need to sit down. Government need to sit down that you can't tax your way out. By increasing taxes. No, you have to reduce it to encourage more, because if more people are there creating businesses, you'll be able to collect taxes. But if your taxes are hard, people, you might not have good number of people coming in. So then you will have to work with those people.
Right.
Yeah. So I think the brother raised a very good concern, and that's something that I've heard over and over. It's not really encouraging, and this is something that the president, the minister of finance, I believe LRA, they need to sit down and see how they can address this, because it's important. It's all about. Let them look at it as, let them look at it like within the context of employment, and see how they can encourage more people. I think LRA, the Ministry of Finance, along with Commerce, they need to team up, right? And I will add NIC to put a team together to travel around the world to encourage, I would say, the department, the Bureau of Tourism. They need to work together to really sell Liberia out there, because the image that people hearing about the country is not good. And I'd like to emphasize here that we won. Stop sleeping on me, my man. we won. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
Yeah. We won and took over from a democratically elected president, And what we need to do is to lead. We can militarize the area or create, how do you call a jungle type military, or the image of militarism in our city. I think, those things scares people away. We need to, lower the temperature down. There's so many things. Look, CDC has potential if for all we don't try to be too much of our own stuff. CDC is just a political party, but we are Liberian first. Till we recognize that, we're going to be hurting ourselves. CDC is not different from being citizen of Liberia. We are just member of a political party. We are just member of a political party. And we all subscribe to this ideal of this party. That's why we are all together. So we cannot intimidate.
Tell what is going on. You're disturbing my show. How many times was you? Program there. Oh my God. That's why, sorry, I like to have my show in the morning. Sorry, we got somebody on the line here. Let me now listen to that person.
Okay.
Hello, caller, your name and where are you calling from? Hello, caller, your name and where are you calling from? I hope you're not sleeping on me. Don't hear from you, Orlando.
Yeah, thank you, Dan, for the show tonight. I really enjoyed the topic. But it's good when solutions are feeling bad to express itself. I love it. But I just wanted to see to listen, people get a parable. You say the water that you have in your hand is wasted, but it's not finished. You can still refill that cup on the bowl. I want us to put ourselves together as CDCians. And we can be listening to them. They did not listen to us. That's the reason why. They did not hear our call. That's the reason why these things happen. But I know they are waiting to hear and they are waiting to listen. But let us not give room. Let me tell you something. CDC is fighting. Maybe people thinking that it is the collaboration party that in Liberia are fighting. No. We have the people that we are fighting now are willing. The people who we are fighting, they are willing to spend anything to get CDC down. If only you can know what the government is doing to make sure to get a Liberian people relief of the things that we used to go through. That people use the resources of our country and build houses. And the government was renting the houses from them. And right now, the CDC government is not paying that money to the people who in the United States or whatever included by themselves. They are willing to do anything to get the government down. So I want to repeat to all citizens, this battle that we're looking at, we're taking it to be a small battle. But I want us to redouble our efforts to come together. Let's just forget about what happened. It's time for us to mobilize, to go all citizens back together. Because the forces that the government is fighting, we look at the four political parties that were in the election. That's not the parties fighting the government right now. But those forces that we are fighting the government, because the money that is going from the Liberian people, they are willing to use that money to make sure to get back on our resources in that country. We are not looking at that. But we are looking at the things that the government has done, or the leaders have done. Don't focus on us. You're not thinking about us. I want you just to look at the brother back. You people who have
Oh, you hate yourself off.
Yeah. I heard it, brother. You going to take another call?
I think he did something with his phone.
Yeah, but you see what he's saying here. I would have agreed with him 100% when we were opposition, right? That's a different political dynamics. Now, where we find ourselves, even the local chapter chairman, right, can only be empowered depending on how the government performs.
Yeah.
And how they communicate with them. So to say, yeah, that come together, it's just a common refrain. It's easy to say, but it requires, it requires sincerity from the leadership in Liberia, all because of the way people were treated. Remember, I'm in the middle. I'm just a middleman. My predecessor and my successor. So I'm right in the middle. My predecessor left the party. My successor left the party. All because of the treatment. All because of the treatment. The disregard to the efforts made in the last 12 years. And many CDCians are hurt. Many CDCians are hurt. In fact, I usually like to tell you this, Mr. Don. Those CDCians that are vocal, right, that are speaking out, I love them more than the ones that are not speaking out and voting against the party. Those are the silenced CDCians that we gotta be fighting to bring back because they are gone. They might be the one singing the songs, but they're not saying anything because and they are the one employed, but they are not happy. So you know what? When you call them, they come to meetings because they want to be seen that they are still with the party, but they don't participate anymore in terms of talking and strategizing. What do? They go behind you during election time, they vote against the party. So the tendency that our leadership seem to have adopted, those that criticize the government or speak their minds, they try not to speak to them. You're not hurting that person, especially when the person lives in the US. You're not hurting that person. Before you came to power, they were living. And most likely, if God get that person long life, you'll leave power and they will still be living good life. The bottom line is the future. So it's good to listen to people who take different route to criticize you, because this is a political party. This is not a pro-society where everything has to be done inside. If you hurt somebody and it's embarrassing and shameful in public, but you want them to respect you to talk it inside, some of us just try by all means to be very respectful to our institution. But the way we were treated, there are some people who didn't even allow they want to pass, they went public. They started criticizing the party. We maintain our level of respect. We maintain the sanctity of the party. We came back. We were able to rally our partisans. We were able to have a successful convention. We turned over and we were able to give our support to the party up to the time of February. After February, I saw that so-called reconciliation, it was a facade. It was more like a praise and sing worship service for one person as compared to reconciling the party. So because of that, I just decided to be inactive. I said, maybe people enjoying their wealth here, let them have fun with the low money they're getting. But now we just pay the price. We just pay the price. If those young folks that are in government today don't try to challenge their leaders in Liberia to change course, if CPP takes over, they will be making phone call here. But by then they had damaged their own friendship with a lot of people. and their future will be in serious jeopardy. So people got to understand, power does not mean burn bridges. Power means working together as a team and producing. Increase your productivity. Make everybody happy, and believe me, you'll be in power for the longest. But if you fail to perform, the people will give you the outcome or show you the door. We have seen it over and over. Like the brother said, I really look forward to leadership reaching out, pure equal aside, pure this pomposity. You know, that just title you have, that just title, look at it. When Ellen used to come to America, when she was president, there were red carpet everywhere, right? But after they took away, after the presidency ended, after her presidential term ended, what happened? Ellen came in, now she's a regular citizen. So it's just title, folks. It's just title. Once the president fires you today, you're nobody anymore. Where you used to go, they used to give you front seat. If depending on how you behave, you could get front seat, but you'll not get the actual front seat anymore. So we all have to be careful with the little title and position that we have, because we have seen Liberia, drama have played. That movie have been played over and over. From Samuel Doe, let's just look at it from 40 years ago. So again, I have no problem calling back CDCians, but I think it behoves the leadership in Liberia to reach out to CDCians. Is it a difficult task? Definitely. It's going to be very difficult, but there's nothing like trying.
Yeah, I think what this caller was trying to say, when you are in the opposition, you can do all of those things to fight hard for yourself. Nobody in the United States now, more especially in the CDC, that you can just go to them and say, let us collect money and start building a party and start doing this and start doing that. It don't work like that. We are not like in fact, not like we are ruling party. So everything is supposed to be well taken care of by the party, the overall global party, not like people who try to work on their own to help you people. Now it's supposed to be taken care of by the global. That's how it's supposed to be. Now we are finding it difficult to even maintain our CDC USA. It's completely dormant. People don't talk about it. We don't have any get together like what we used to do, and nobody waiting to take the lead. And I know everybody getting tired, you know. So those are some of the things that are happening, but people who don't know. What made the opposition strong? Because they know we did it before, right? We were strong.
Oh yeah.
Because we needed something, we were strong. But now the thing we needed, we got it. Then why is it will we still be fighting again? We need people to reach and say, oh, God, we need you. So it's very difficult that those guys, they cannot even sit down on Facebook, live Facebook. They can sit down their people to talk about the CDC USA, to make a little bit proud. You don't have to go to radio stations, sit down on your people live, because we follow all of them. And just say a few words to us. And you will see what will happen next if we will not move. For everybody tired now, they went low too much.
No, you see, I don't think that people are tired, Mr. Don. I think people just think that we have reached. Meaning
we are reached to the era we are coming.
That's right. I think people think that we have reached. So no need to bother anybody. In fact, there are some who say, my man, I just build my little, I open my little business. Whether CDC move forward or not, I'm fine. That's selfishness. Because there are a lot of CDCians in Liberia that I feel sorry for. Like we said, they have invested their resources, their time from childhood, all up to today's day. they do not have job. And let me emphasize it. It is not about the president appointing everybody in government. It's not possible. And
No.
please, yeah, let people understand this. It is not possible that the government will bring in all sedition. There is no way that's going to happen. But you know why? Again, like I said, seditions are Liberians. If the common Liberian man can find job to take care of his family, right? He will start having second thought. So, oh, I'm a sedition. That man can't find job. I can't find job. They don't want to say, oh, this sedition does not have job, but the Liberian guy get job, or the Liberian man. Liberians don't have jobs. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Look at the other man and say, oh, you know, that Liberian guy, he doesn't have a job. The CDC guy, he doesn't have a job. No. You guys are all Liberians that don't have job. So, Mr. President, what people saying overall, government contracts, job creation, because government contract can go to private sectors. And those private sectors will hire people. That's part of job creation. But I'm not trying to indict anybody. But if a minister or managing director or executive director are owners of companies that, you know, that been awarded contract, while they are ministers and so, and get only their family there. Think about it this way: that money is not cascading down to the common man because it's within certain family. So we need to broaden how contracts are awarded. We need a complete quality control to evaluate or to inspect how things are being done so that they can report directly to the president. There should be no middleman in the middle. So the president knows exactly what is happening there. Because look, Mr. Don, so many things can happen in government that can impact the lives of people. So many things. I'll give you a couple of examples that maybe you know of. Take, for example, the Department of Defense in this country. These people award billions of dollars to Boeing, to Lockheed Martin, and guess what? These companies are hiring Americans while doing government contract, thousands and thousands. Lockheed Martin will have over 200,000 people. That's government contract they're receiving. Boeing is receiving contract to make planes, unmanned planes, all these things. They diversify. Government, you're giving contract, you're having road construction. The Ministry of Public Works is awarding contract. There are people being hired. Schools. You can spend money building schools and refurbishing schools. People are going to get hired. How are we telling all the numbers? Labor Ministry should be able to tell the Liberian people how many people have been hired in the last 6 months. We don't have any clue. So sometimes I ask myself, from the time I've been knowing the Labor Ministry, I've been asking myself, what type of work do they do? But guess what? I remember very well in 2011, I went to Liberia and I saw this young lady. She was doing this security job. And I asked her directly because I took my own time just to kind of understand how much she's being paid. And it was during Ellen's administration. And, trying to inquire from her about this, I think this quite decency raise. Something that worked. But it was a bill that was passed to raise wages. And I asked this girl how much she was making. And she told me that she was making, I think, about $100, but she doesn't get the full $100. She was getting almost $60. I said, why? Not only that, the children said that being hired, they know how government is corrupt. Do you know that the lady told me, whoever the field supervisor or whatever their title is from Labor Ministry connive with employer to have on his payroll that he or she is paying Mr. XYZ $100, whereas the field supervisor or whatever title he has from labor ministry is receiving almost like $20 or $35 from that woman from that $100. I'm serious. This girl told me that. I had never worked in Liberia ever in my life for me to know that's the deal. I'm telling you about how in depth I wanted to understand. The Lebanese people are in cahoot with the labor ministry to shortchange our people. So when you hear somebody say I'm making $60, most time the labor ministry is aware. But the point here is that on that record book, if you go there to inspect, you'll see $100 or $150 in the private sector. So these are kind of things that people, I guess some people know about it, but I got to know on my own because I went in depth. And where it was, what's the place at? Crown Hill, right? Oh, right to Crown Hill there. Right there, I think going up McDonald. I don't know the place too good now, but I got down, I saw this young girl, and she was hungry in her security suit, as we usually call back home. Sorry for the degradation. It's like we say mosquito police. I just wanted to find out from her because I was waiting on my car when the guy said the car had a little problem. That's how I decided to kind of inquire. So you see what's happening. The labor ministry is in cahoot, or some of their colleagues are in cahoot with the Lebanese to shortchange the little amount that makes a salary or wage from that woman. How do you expect for the people to live? Because when they take these kind of things there to report whatever they are reporting, people think that, our people receiving money, they're paying it. But labor ministry is in the middle. Criminal. People need to go to jail for that.
Yes.
But the guy said, if you talk about it, they will fire you. So there's so many things. I'm not saying that President George Weah can solve every problem. But you know what happened? It's time to really prioritize, I would say, at least 3 major national policies that will impact 4.5 or more million people. It's important. Time is not on his side. Let's be real. Rhetoric, political spin will not solve it. We are going against a very strong political force. Let nobody underestimate it. Let nobody underestimate it. Because Lofa County is a giving for CPP. Maserati now have proven that is no more our stronghold. Why? Because LP, ANC, UP, ALP have come together. So technically speaking, it's no more our stronghold. Yep. Until we perform beyond expectation. For the people that say, you know what, I prefer to stay with CDC because I have a job. I'm doing better than what I was doing better than UP. I'll do better now because if somebody was making $65, let's just say about 1/3 or 2/3 of the workforce, if they are making at least, I would say 25 to 30% more than what they were making on a UP, then we're in a better position after 2 years. But if the man experienced the harmonization and he's not receiving it on time, and the recent information that I received, I was even online with the former chairman, Asivar Tukwa. He went to 3 different ATM machines to withdraw money. He could not take money from these ATM machines. And somebody wrote on Facebook, what's the essence of saying that you pay a civil servant when there's no money in the bank? It's not good for us. And these are things the president needs to speak on. When you say it, there are some people behind the scene trying to be sarcastic that everything the president will speak about. Yes. Yes. Especially when it's going to affect the life of our people.
Of the people. Those are the things we've been discussing this morning. You need to speak up.
You need to speak up. I mean, this thing here, we went high on Ellen. When some of us people like Bureau, we went into Ellen's budget. We broke it down. We still have those things on our pages today. Okay? How can we be doing this to our own party, the one that we fought for? Then we should keep silent? You know, sometimes by myself, I can say, I think if I want to be in CDC, I would have been one of those that they fire a long time. Because I definitely want to go at people and tell them, say, you know what, I mean, this is not what we fought for. I'm not saying I'm going to claim perfection. No, I'm not a perfect person.
Yeah.
But if you feel that you can't listen to anybody anymore on a government job, then you got a problem. You have a problem. Because you should be the most humble person. Why? Because the man that we elected at the time, he was very humble and he demonstrated it throughout. Okay? He demonstrated it throughout. So why is it now? We got a bunch of arrogant people. And the worst thing is we're not performing. Then you're arrogant over it. Then you're cutting our speech. You're calling people names. The men are foolish men, or that foolish woman, or that person want job. Yeah, people want job. So you're not disgracing anybody. People want job. Create a goddamn job. Let me just say it that way. Create a goddamn job. And see who will come and knock at your door. When you're taking over $50,000 to $60,000 home, you expect the people to come to your door and ask for money. My man, Liberia is 173 years old. We can't keep bringing down our people. Look what's happening in the country. How filthy the country is. The country is dark, insecure. Under a CDC-led government? Under a CDC-led government? Where are the hopes and aspirations of our young people? Today, our people can't compete. Our financial system is antiquated. People living from Freeport, oh gosh, I could go on. But Mr. Don, I want to say thank you, man. CDC, we need to step up. Let me just say it out. We need to step up.
That's where we are now. That's where we are now to see what the leadership is able to do now, to see what they can do to push us out. I don't know whether they are thinking about it. And in fact, this year we talk about reconciliation. We went to Liberia. I don't know how was the reconciliation meeting here. I don't know. I was not part of it, but I don't know if they still have anything in mind to do such. We don't know. But I hope things be okay. They think about that to reach out.
Yeah.
Well, we will not get tired. We'll keep talking. At least they will be able to listen. Other people come on our platform, they talk one or two things. Probably some of them will be able to talk before they listen to that. So this was a very good conversation tonight for you and myself.
Yeah.
And including Mr. Conan. And I think you should be expecting most of this in the future that will be able to come. If they're willing to be able to come, maybe every Tuesday you can be my guest here to keep discussing some stuff. Well, they will be able to, at least if they want to. We are still waiting. Whatever way they want us to help, when they reach out to us, we'll be able to send out. But I know you want to do, guys, when they say resilient, you want to do, because all those people that didn't make it, they didn't want to go through all the frustration they left the party, and you're still hanging over there. I'm going to admit, thank you so much for that. You're doing extremely well, because
thank you.
It is the hard work that you guys did to pour together your soul. And that's something that you can get see it going that way. But whatever the case is, we don't know. Now, what sometimes we have persuaded, I say the people just kill our happiness.
Yep.
They kill we used to have fun. We used to be happy. All of those things are just gone away from us. We don't do those things anymore. And I don't know. But For me, I'm still thinking if I can be independent citizen or not.
And Mr. Don, what you say, it's so ironic that when we were in the opposition, we were by far more united. We were by far more united. As soon as we won, it was us versus them. And worst of all, the us, meaning our partisans that are not in government, worst of all, they are not performing. Okay? They are not performing. Let's say it as is. Because you know what happened? There are people blaming you today to say this is what you put on us. Okay? My question is, what really happened? Is it power? Liberia didn't just get her independent today, or didn't just get her independent when CDC won. We are CDCians. Okay? Our ruling party and the president. President Weah is the 24th/25th president. Like I said, it's debatable. But whatever rank he finds himself right in there, CDC is a brand new party compared to UP or LAB, just name them. I mean, how could this have happened in 3 years? Why did we allow this to happen? Look, you can use the soothing words to kind of calm down the nerves. Because yes, people's expectations were high. It's obvious. That's normal. Because their political party have won, they are no more going to be opposition again.
Yeah.
But you, as the leader, you should have calmed down the expectation. You should have said, you manage the expectation, will work with people. You got, as leaders, all you need to do is to speak to the people and let the people know that not everybody is going to be included in the government, but we're going to do everything possible to strengthen the private sector, to encourage Liberians, partisans, to all compete. That environment will be friendly. If you would have done that, you have diaspora Liberians. You should have put a team together to encourage our people how to invest in the country by asking them to team up. They don't have the money, put their expertise together to come home. Ask Liberian doctors and engineers and lawyers to come and see how they can help their country. When the people start hearing from their leaders and traveling and meeting with the people and having a diaspora conference, what about virtual means? But speaking to the people directly, you will have, look, the power of the president is the bullet puppet. It's the bullet puppet. Because no disrespect to you, no disrespect to Karen Costa, no disrespect to any radio talk show host. But the president is the most popular person of that nation. When he speaks, it reaches down to the people, the citizenry of that country and outside of that country. So his audience is much larger than any single media institution. That's why the president needs to speak to his people on critical national issue. On critical national issue. 4 auditors died. Mr. President, I didn't feel that passion, that strength coming from you. Mr. President, when the $16 billion missing, I felt good when you were about to travel to what's this place? For the GSC. I mean the General Assembly. You send a recording. Whoever is advising that president to start using recording is dumb. Mr. President, we are Liberians. Speak our English. There's a man, when someone was growing up, I used to hear him over the radio station. A well-educated man, they call him T. Kuda Jerry. He used to be, I think, principal at this place, BWI. That man knew how to simplify and speak the Liberian English. President George Manuel Weah, you said it already to Liberian people, that you will not be judged by the speech you gave. And that's obvious. We all know. But when this season happened, that George Weah that flew from Monaco to go to refugee camps and help refugees, that's the George Weah should have spoken when Liberians were dying or were being killed or were suspiciously dying. He should have spoken. Speak to the people directly. If possible, speak to the people every other month. Once, have a conversation with them.
Yeah, I think Chairman Emeritus, I think that this thing that I'm saying it almost every day on my platform. I don't know how many times I said this thing.
Oh, okay.
But sometimes the people, they don't understand. They take me like an enemy. Watch you how to talk about the president to speak to the people. I'm not touch your words. You don't know we the one able to change the world. In fact, Liberia.
Speak to
I have the authority. In fact, we all on the internet. We have the authority to change this thing. Who knows tomorrow the thing I'm doing? I can make it bigger and even have radio station about that to attach to it. So those are the kind of way we can change. When we see some things that are going right, we need to speak it out. Is there any crime that the president cannot speak to people? The president could even take a Facebook live and come and just sit down and say, this evening, Sunday evening, and we talk. You know how many people will listen to that? Some people will take it live on the radio.
My man, if the president have himself prepared to speak to the Liberian people, take it from me, I don't know how to say it, but I think he will receive more audience than maybe he might end up receiving 200,000 to 300,000 people.
Watching him, yeah. They were watching
at one point. So all you need to do, be yourself. And I want people to understand, everything that went against Ellen for is myopic for any Liberian to say, oh, Ellen didn't do it, why I expect us to do it? Oh, on Ellington, then there was no need for change. That's what people need to understand.
I hope, I guess if they can, where we have internet time now, I believe that there was anytime I think she was going to come on to have a Facebook Live to talk.
But I mean,
you follow the woman Twitter account, right? You follow the woman on the
I know that. Oh, yeah.
She based it over there. But
you have
engaged in the war, she engaged in like the woman acted almost like a president on that Twitter.
My brother, I will tell you upfront, that's the means of communicating with people. There's so many outlets out there to communicate with your people. And you know what? This will also help the president to lay out his vision for the country. It will reach out quickly. Okay? Believe me, while it is true that I respect some of the people that he hired, but it seems like we're not really trying to make that change. For us that were born in the 60s, right? And grew up and started recognizing and understanding government in the late 70s and the 80s, and look at Liberia, nothing changed. So then, for me, supporting CDC was about changing. That's the purpose why the slogan was change for hope.
Yeah.
Change for hope. So it's ludicrous for anybody to say, oh, on Ellington. If you're using Ellen, then Ellen people should have remained there. But we came into power to change things. We came to power to change things. So if we're doing the same thing, then we're a waste of time for many of us. Let's be real. It was a waste of time. And I'd like to emphasize, I never, ever one day worked for pay in Liberia. No. My first job was here. I came here in my late 20s. I'm 55 now.
Where are you calling that we're not taking your call? When you look at the bottom of the screen, you see the number to call is the number is just in circle, moving in circle. See the number over there, call on the number. We don't refuse to talk to people. We have a conversation here about party and also the country.
That's it. We
accept anybody to be a part of that. So what you do, give on a call. We'll listen to you.
Yeah, it's just conversation. It's not anything, you know. Yeah. I mean, so I agree with you, Mr. Don. What we need to do is to keep encouraging CDCians. I know a lot of people disappointed. Believe me, today it was really heartbreaking for me not to call me when a gentleman that needed some money, I couldn't send it because, you know, the Christmas coming, the family then been rushing ahead. So our last money literally to send to people. But when these children are asking, when people are asking you for money from Liberia, it's not because it's Weah time or any time. We have to now start thinking, how can we help our people?
I know my children there. Hold on, I think they had the other phone on. Hold on. let me tell them to off the phone. Hold on.
Yeah, somebody said they're calling.
Okay, it's on now. You know the people, yeah. I'm in serious trouble with my kids here.
I know, huh?
Yeah, whether you can call by the phone, they had the other phone. Oh my God, yeah. Hello?
Yeah, we all have to work together.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Dan, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, I'm okay. You are live here. I'll listen to you.
Yeah, my name is Dennis Gardner. A strong supporter of Mr. Weah, President Weah. Chairman, how you doing, sir?
I'm fine. Who is it? I didn't get the name.
Guys, I really
He said,
a discussion.
are you hearing him?
I'm hearing
no, are you hearing him?
I think I'm hearing you.
Yeah, tell him to not get on the speaker on his phone. Let him get the regular.
Yeah, don't get speaker. Take the speaker on and just put the phone in your ear.
Okay. So
when the phone is on speaker, then we will not get you.
Can you hear me now?
Keep your volume up. Come closer to it.
Okay, let me just bring the phone closer.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, as I was saying, I want to say thank you to both of you guys.
Very clear.
You guys are the people we've been looking for, and our party, we have the kind of a quality of people, and we are not using them, but I just want to appeal to the president and our party leaders to for them to be inclusive, because the fact is, the few people that are running around in Monrovia, were not President, we have to win the elections. All of us collective effort being the president. So they need to stop pushing people away all of the time, because a lot of people have been disenchanted, and we need to put our house in order. Let me quote Senator Frank Johnson. Hello, you getting me, sir?
Yeah, you are loud.
Very clear.
Okay, we need to put our house in order. And I also want to use the public meeting of your network, sir, to tell Chairman Ragaman thank you, because when I came to the US with his new Indian, he was the chairman for the party at that time, and they did a lot of contribution for me. So I just want to say thank you in this public manner. Who is getting me?
No problem.
So we just need to reconcile ourselves, because It is happening in the country. We all are ashamed. We all suffer it. All the stuff come to us. Those we not see any money. We're not doing anything, but it's not just about money. It's the feelings we have for the party. For our party. So it means everybody needs to go and we come together and put our act together, and we can move forward. Let us stop being so mean. I mean, you guys, even when you call them, those of our friends in government right now, you call them, they won't pick your phone. So some of us will just need recognition. Some people just need recognition. It's not just about the job. Recognition is important. Remember your people. Recognize them. Oh, gentlemen, yes, this is where we're going. Recognize everybody. Then we move forward. Everybody can get job in government. We don't not job with everybody looking for a little recognition. You can be so mean until you mean with recognizing people and all. Yeah, what's wrong with that for you to recognize your own people? They won't pick your line. Even when you send a text message, they will not even recognize it. They will not reply you. These are wrong. You know, so we just need to put the act together, start recognizing the party, talk to people so we can. I'm so ashamed. Since the election result, I'm not even getting on Facebook, my brother. I'm telling you, I'm not getting on Facebook. It's so shameful. If they will continue like this, it will be a very big disaster for us in 2023. I pray that will not come to that level. I hope they will see reaching very fast, and we'll make a U-turn. We can recalibrate and get back on course. So thank you very much for the show, sir. I really admire. I always watch your show in Dan, and please tell my chairman in studio on the network that I always remember him. He's a good man. You guys are the people that our party is supposed to maintain. Not to push her away and push everybody away. Now you people alone picking it, all of us. All right? Recognition said we can get. And they know, some of them know what we went through. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, John. You said your name who?
Nelson Gagat.
Oh, Nelson.
Nelson, I remember you very well. Yeah. Thank you, Nelson.
Nelson Gagat. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much, my brother. Thank you. I love this kind of a discussion. I need to come and be bold and open. And thank you so much, Chairman Moritu. Thank you. Your man recognized you.
Oh, yeah, but you see, again, it was people like you that were able to help this brother. I guess he didn't go through what he went through. He actually, I think, almost like first-degree burn in Liberia. Mm. And with the help of President Weah, again, that's the President Weah that we're talking about. With the help of President Weah, he came to America.
Hold on. I will take you. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, he came to America, and we as CDCians, we rallied some cash and sent it to him. And we always, be ready to talk to him. He must have been communicating. So he recognized that the institution was even able to recognize him. So President Weah, as individual, you are doing these things, and now you're at the global stage, national stage. Your policy has to affect the people. Look, I strongly believe that he has to take his own time, go in his room or whatever office, and meditate. I mean, this thing has to do with no ego. This thing has to do with decision from him will impact millions of lives.
Yeah.
That's why if he looks at it that way, then he will go back to why people gravitated towards him. This thing was not about, but go ahead. I just want to kind of bring that and
no, break it up. We got color here, but break it up. Break that part before I can bring the color on.
Recognition pays a lot. It embodies performance or performances, if you want to say it that way. Whenever you recognize people for good work, they want to do more.
Yeah.
You talk about CDC USA can't even pull the strength together. People don't even have, the courage to come together. All because of the way they were treated. But vice versa, this guy, the young man called Darius Dillon, took advantage of it.
Yeah.
He took advantage. Look, I was just watching the scene. CDC was really on the social media. They were massacred because there was no strong institution to defend them in the diaspora. You would just have individual. When you have Henry Costa pulling over 20 to 24,000 people, going through, and CDC that once upon a time I had over almost 19 chapters. Today now you can even barely count 2 because people give up of the way they've been treated. Can they come back? It's going to take some work. But the president, hearing from the president, hearing from Mobile Molu, these people have to be serious. They got to be serious and touch on those sensitive issues that people feel that it will take their pride away, it will take their self-esteem away, to say, folks, we are sorry. You guys were the one, you were part of the team that make us to win collectively. Whatever went on, if we want to adjudicate it, it will take us years. But we ask that we all find a forgiving heart.
Yeah, hold on, I'll pull you through. Yeah, hold on.
Move in together so that we can get this party here on the right track. If you start that, you, Mr. Don, the CDC USA will gradually start, nurturing itself to get back to the part. But it has to be sincere. The people got to feel it, not hear it anymore. They got to feel it. I will emphasize some of us don't want to go work in our own government. But what was more embarrassing for me personally was, as opposition, people wanted to hire me on Ellen's government. Not once, not twice. But my own party treated me, I have to say, my life depended on CDC job in Liberia. No, it didn't. It didn't. I'm still surviving. I'm still fine. My family intact. I just tell God, thank you, that the disgrace He brought upon me, it turned it into positivity. I get nothing against the president because I feel that if I wish for him to fail, the Liberian people will suffer. If all my swear will catch him. But perform well so that when I go out to Liberian gatherings, I can say to you, I can say to those who say, I told you so. I can turn around and say, I told you that George Weah want to do well. Even though I'm not in the government, but he performing well. I want to have that pride to go in the midst of Liberia. But now, I can't. Because everywhere I go and say, hey, Chemezagama, we told you that George Weah are not going to do this, or President Weah are not going to do this. I can't defend it. I'm not authorized to defend it. Even if I want to defend you, I'm not being told what you're doing, other than CDCians say you borrow medicine. But the pictures that I've seen, maybe I just few areas. Kudos, thank you, Mr. President, for doing those things. But it's not widespread, and we want to see more. I will stop right there and then listen to the quarter.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you. Call out on the phone your name and where you call it from.
My name is William Bro. I'm calling from France.
All right, you've been trying to call sorry, the lamp busy. Did I hear from you?
You are right. And sometimes you gotta
The number didn't even show, that's why. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. I'm William Bro anyway. And sometimes for sure I'm a CDCian.
You see what that guy goes. So let him take the phone from speaker.
Take the phone from speaker. When the phone is on speaker, your phone will be spraying out too much. You take it from on speaker, you put it in your ear.
Yeah.
Hello, William, are you listening to us? Still on the line. Hello. All right, you will call back. So that's the reason. Once they put the phone on the speaker, that your voice will be whistling out. Hello, caller, your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, thank you so much. I'm calling from California.
Are you hearing him?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, we're hearing you. Don't put the phone on speaker, okay?
Yeah, take your phone up.
Yeah, just put it in your ear and talk. We hear you good.
Yeah, and I've been calling.
Good.
I sent to small little guys that was to have the perfect. Well, yeah, it's no problem. And I think it is the stupid thing of it.
What you mean by late?
Okay, thank you. This is the beginning of everything is 1 point. See, when those that want the presidency, that the greatest mistake those we have made is
It sounded very low. Can you check your phone volume?
government, your modern Liberia. All of them are great. All of them know how to for Liberia. All of them just care for themselves. Take power to vision. That is, we have this, we have this, and we have this. And now, what they're doing, what they want about very happy. But this is more about politics. But there is no implementation in their government. So what we are saying is that everything in Liberia happens talent of I think go back to the effect that will come.
He sounded clear, but very far. You know, he's not audible.
Telling me you are going to go over time now for 1 year, 6 months in a brand that got and the other 1 year, 6 months, they would have got for the best in Africa. So my advice, my sister brother is to have best time. Most of the time that you know. We are it's not music, Bill, we are talent. I is talent music. President, yeah, Liberia will be the king. And at the end of the day, yes, presidency, Liberian, but the president, somebody very hero, not a guy, Liberia teacher, the people to fight me. But it's a man like the two chairman for the United States. Why you going to tell me the man will give me now? I'm here, bro, here. I'm just trying Liberia. Where we have 19%, where still that person. I mean, I say that would have worked. That's just usually I know we are 2023. We are out of the government. This is the future.
Do you have anybody in your mind? If we are is to just tell all that you're not going to run, do you have anybody you can suggest to be a best person in Nigeria?
Well,
The gentleman volume is very low, Mr. Don. Can he just wrap up?
Yeah, we can barely hear him.
I can barely hear the man.
Can you hear me?
Not at all. He's
The
so
people not hearing you. Okay, it's okay. Don't just get there. Then we'll
yeah.
take another person.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your time. Or whether
we
you
can
can call by now. I hope you guys not mute yourself.
No, you can hear me,
You're
right?
hearing me, right? You're hearing me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
I think it was
I
from
can
your
hear you
phone. Let me
all right.
take the call from out of town, out of country. Hello, caller, your name and where are you calling from?
Hello, Pastor Don. This is Jacob Cooper. I'm calling from Philadelphia.
Okay, Jacob, you are welcome this evening. I hear from you.
Well, thank you. Thank you ever so much. I would like to get to my honorable man, Chairman Merrill out of Sakaba. I say good evening. And so the you. I have zero concern with my president that I voted for. I have some concern. The president has to be he has to improve and also invite
She's sounding better now.
You're not hearing me?
She's sounding better now, but she's going in and out.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Is the sound better?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. The sound is better. Go ahead, Jacob.
Better?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah.
They're getting you. It's
Yeah.
better.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I was saying, the president of the Republic of Nigeria, my president, our president, the president of Nigeria that dropped good law, he has to get back to work. And when I'm getting back to work to rebuild our pocket, to rebrand our pocket, the government it has to put that in action. But it's going on. And there are people willing to help the president to get this into the honorable man at the government.
I say, you mean?
Former chairman of CDCians, people are willing to help you to make this government better. Invite us to help you, Mr. President. I'm speaking to my president directly. I want to listen to us. We saw the referendum we just went through. We saw the referendum against the government of the Republic of Nigeria, against the CDC-led government that was mounted back defeated. The CDC was mounted back defeated in the nation election. That was a clear referendum to the CDC-led government, and we were plucked. Division was plucked. We are still trying to keep it together, to get it together. And the president wants the game. Free governor the strength. Put some members of the city to players are making the game for the first half. Put some on the bench and bring in some substitute to help me to move this country, to move our country power. it's a lot to be done, and I don't think that our government is doing enough. I just listened to another music today. I'm so disappointed that the president is every day music. They have a what to do. What in the world about the music? Who the hell are going to tell you that music is the president every day? We got a serious problem in the country. We got what to do. Can we get back to work? Leave the everything. Focus on the Nigerian people. Or have you decided to be a one-term president? We have to get our feet on the ground and make sure things work. The opposition is keeping alive. Some people don't like you. They have to vote for you. They don't like you. They are under the salary. Why are you keeping them in government? So just people block their money. You know, right now, money there, all of these things. You still have to honor her. You have to honor her government. You still have to honor her government official. You even kept them in the government. They are staying in the government and undermine your government. When the last time you saw Biden campaigning for your candidate, or when the minister of transport, the minister of whatever, when the last time you saw him campaigning for your candidate, the minister of external affairs, maritime, you did nothing. Why are you giving us forward? So, Mr. President, it's about time that we take the Nigerian job serious. Some of us are young politicians. We are not even politicians by saying, but we believe in your work, in your ability. That's why we say support you. But it's like we're losing it. Hello?
You are live here, Jacob. We hearing you.
Yes. Thank you. It's like we're losing it, sir.
Okay.
There's a need for a reshuffle immediately, Mr. President. We got a lot to do. So many promises, so much promises. There have been a lot of promises. Where are they delivered? Where are they delivered? We understand all your free time, you can go to your studio. But the Nigerian people can't pay. The Nigerian people can't pay. We had the biggest party, the biggest political party in the diaspora. You have all these professionals, all the well-educated, well-prepared engineers and technicians that will fix the government, that will make the government better. You stand there and for Ghana for there, for all these, I call them crooks, around. Who in that sound mind, as an advisor, will tell the President of the Republic of Nigeria, go and release visas after you have been defeated, after your party has been defeated, massively? Why are you not coming and speak to the Nigerian people in your Nigerian English, in your Korokwa? Why? Why are you getting on recording? The Nigerian people want to listen to you. Why you get on recording? We don't want to listen to you. We want to see you on the TV. We want to see you speaking to your people. Speak your Korokwa. If possible, speak true. Somebody will interpret to us. Yes, speak true. That gets on recording. It's just about the program. We supported you before because we lost it. We tried to be the solution of the 173-year education. We fought for this. I traveled from Nigeria twice to register and to vote for you, Mr. President. I can't allow you to keep making the mistake. I'm not prepared to go back into opposition. He said, yes, I'm not prepared to do that. Enough is enough, sir. Mr. President, I'm sincerely telling you that enough is enough. Take your missing issue down, focus on the Nigerian people, go back to the party, go back to the people that voted for you, go back to your generals, go back to your lieutenants, the people that stood by you for 12 years. I think we have this so quick. Do you think number is a trusted party? Do you trust Eugene number? Or because you saw Sophie? Trust all these people, but you don't trust the who people that voted for you. Why are you getting on there? Hey, Mr. President, what happened?
Jigga, you get my audio, my man. Let's move forward.
Die for this party. There's no one. Party sort of die for.
Jacob, I know you're getting emotional now. I'm not going to cut you off. Just we're in there. Let me say something. Gentlemen, the reason I'm giving Jacob more time because those are the children when we talk about CDC, those are the people we look up to them.
Yeah, the youth chairman.
We're not just people floating on Facebook to be talking here and there. Those are the people when we talk about meeting. Those are the people that make sure they show up a meeting. When they talk about financial contribution, those are the people that you will hear them coming. So when things are going off-handed, they have to come and speak on their mind. Actually, Koji, if you want to join I'll share the link with you. We got 1 more hour to go until 1 more hour to go. So you can join the conversation here. So we have to give them a chance to talk. I really I'm feeling for you too the same way I'm feeling. There is no joke about it. When you're screaming like this, I know how you feel. I know how we all have been up and down for this thing. That we've been saying not everybody going to get job, but we want the right thing to be done, so we all will take the glory for that. But as I promise you guys, I will make the platform where you guys will be able to come and speak on your mind. Nothing will happen to us. Go ahead, Jacob. Let me help Chakoji. Maybe you want to join the conversation. Be talking.
Okay. Not everybody wants a job. There are some that just need an opportunity, that just need an opportunity to go back to their country and give back to the people, or even stay in the United States and contribute to the growth and development of our country. They just need our recognition and the opportunity. And we deserve it. We fought for this part. And you can forget all these people that are around you. The Eugene Lambert and stuff and all the guys.
Did you receive the link?
What did you do to give that to you?
The link.
There were two.
Okay, say you can say no problem. Okay. Yeah, the number is just on it. Yeah. All right.
Mr. President. I'm not
Yeah.
Enough. I don't know who in the world would sit and look at the thing. Yeah, every year, every holiday, that is empty. What are you doing? The economic management team, they are dead. These people don't like. These people are criminal as broke. Your advisor are broke. That's the same people that been over that country, the country looking ratty and stranded that. Emmanuel Swan, the whosoever to get in office, those are the same people that they all like trying in governmental position. And the country is saying like that. Why you running on board to do what? The head government officer, why you running on board? Having had 4 years, they there her, including having herself, every other day to see the diversity resource. You stay when and collected them and bring them in your government. This government are looking for change. Have you forgotten?
Yeah, let's try to move on.
We need to make a difference. So it's that we are the worst.
Yep.
President home. Stand back to your base. For your officials, for your former officials, your lieutenant, your general, they are still available to make it right. If not, it will be a political disaster some 2022. Thank you all so much, Pastor Dan, and thank you to the Honorable Zakama for his knowledge, and thank you to the other coaches and all the listeners have tonight, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much, you chairman. Thank you, you Lee. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Sound speaking, you know.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, before I bring another person on, do you have anything to say to respond to the you League chairman of the CDC USA?
What you just, what we all just listened to, even though there are times where he was in and out, but one can.
Okay.
Yeah. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, basically what I'm trying to say is that one can deduce from the youth wing chairman or youth league chairman a passionate plea to the president based on the frustration, and he kind of touched on those things that impact that is hurting the party. That all of the people that the president appointed are not effectuating the change that CDC championed. So it is now left with the president to recalibrate. Again, for some of us, I would say, not willing to go back, but are we willing to support the party and encourage our citizens that want to go back home to really go back if the president call on them? Fine. I always like to say I would not say never, but I don't have the appetite to really go back to serve as compared to when I was in Liberia. You know, because there's so many factors that runs in my mind. Why now? Why me? You know, as compared to when I was there and we worked together. But am I willing to give the best advice that I can within my own limitation? Definitely. Am I willing to encourage CDCians to open up to see those that want to go back home to go? Fine. But the survivability of the party boils down to the president and the national leadership in Liberia. They need to take it serious. They need to take it serious. Because in the next year or next 2 years, almost all diaspora Liberians will be going towards the CPP if CDC does not change at all. Or some people will just remain mute and stay away from politics just not to cross over. So it's important for the president to take advantage, except where the president wants to go one term and he doesn't care about the future of the party, or he thinks that he can build the party from with new group of people without diaspora Liberian. I mean, whatever choice that comes to mind, whatever configuration he wants to put together, it's up to him. Because he is the leader of the party. He is the leader of the party. And that is obvious everywhere around the world. When the party wins, the president of that ruling party is the head of that party overall. So the compass is within his hand to direct the ship. If he doesn't, it's up to him. But time again is of essence. Time is not on Mr. Weah's side. All the games that people then telling him that all was fine, the election result signifies that it was completely contrary to what he was hearing. The crowd that he was pulling wherever he went, creating this, image that all was okay. No, it wasn't. As president of the republic, you are attracted to the people as soon as you get out of your door. People want to see you. That's not popularity. What the people want, I'll keep emphasizing, is to create jobs. Job. People want to work. Find job for the people. Ask your labor ministry, your finance ministry, commerce. What can they do? LRA, what can they do? Have a symposium. People will say, oh, they have had it before. But this one year, they'll be with the president himself, standing right there, maybe in a low price. You don't need all ministers and agencies. You just need key people in one little office or space. Just sit down and go hard on these people. That in the next 3 months, 4 months, Mr. Labor Minister, I want you to give me I want you to create at least 1,000 jobs. What, from $150 up? I'm saying this because government, I don't care how you say government is broke, right? There is money somewhere to create some kind of job for people. The non-profit organizations are there, IMF there. Mr. President, come up with a business plan to build schools, to refurbish our schools, our hospitals, our electric grid, the water system. There's so many things you can get involved in that the international community will join you to create jobs. But you have to start up in the agriculture, in the agriculture sector alone. Zoom out the entire country. Support farmers. Provide resources and tools for our farmers. And cut down importation of rice and other things. And you redirect that money in agriculture. It will strengthen our economy. If you're spending $250 million on importation, including tomatoes, pepper, we're not going anywhere. Look at Lofa, Nima, and Bon County. Use the 3 areas from Cape Mount, running through Lofa County, and see what you can grow along that line, that sector. Look at Bon County, running down to Grand Bassa County, and see what you can create there. Look at Nima County through Grand Chile to Maryland, and see what you can grow in those areas. Empower the farmers. Because when you empower the farmers and you're able to buy their goods, their produce, it comes to the market. Liberian people will be able to buy it cheap. That's how you create jobs. And then use MVDC, the vocational area. Start training some grown men and women that cannot go back to college. To start, to become masoner, plumber, electrician, and other professional areas so that they can be able to get to work. Because when you're building schools, if you're building the electric grid, and building our healthcare system, we can do better. Another thing that I strongly believe is that we as Liberians must prioritize, we should start using our own planes, our own rules, instead of buying Western furniture. Mr. President, all government ministry and agency should ask our carpenters, the upholstery to create co-ops so that we can prioritize them. Number one, if we bring in importing furniture, we'll make it more expensive so that you can focus on local produce. That's how you strengthen your economy. You can't keep doing the same thing. And people say that, oh, it didn't happen on an early or it happened on early. We need to empower our people, create co-ops so that we can strengthen them, spend the money in there, and see what will happen in Liberia in the next 5 years. From agriculture to building our schools, equipping them. You have the expertise that are willing to help you, Mr. President. But if you don't take the initiative, if you don't press hard on your ministers, your managing directors, I know some will say again, oh, when you're not there, you can see. But you know what happened? If people holding up to $20,000 to $30,000, you're building market, you're putting market structure down. You know what? Kudos. Nothing wrong with that. It means that you can build schools. You can build schools in Maryland. You can build schools in Lofa. You can build schools in Bond County, in the most impoverished area, to give them desks. Guess who will be building it? Liberians. Guess who will be doing the planks? Liberians. Guess who will be laying the cement? Liberians. That's work right there. That's work right there. Or dad can get up in the morning and say, you know what happened? We carry on construction over there. I'm the one doing the electricity there. Or you can say, yeah. I'm the one that our team building the desk. We the one building the blackboards. That's how you empower the people. That's how you empower the people. Giving a contract directly. Thank you.
Yeah. Before we bring Mr. Connor on, we got caught on the line here.
Mr. Dan. Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Connor, you will soon come on. Hold on for me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Call out your name and where are you calling from? Is your phone on speaker?
No, I'm not Bluetooth.
Okay. Are you guys hearing him?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me take one example. Father Weah in Bond County.
Yeah.
And between Limba and Grandmaster 4. When the last time he did a video on Father Weah 4, I never hear that we have a very bigger 4 in Liberia that can even supply the entire southeastern region down to Monrovia. I heard our brother saying that we need to create jobs. I don't know why our government, our past government, particularly in Monrovia, everything is Monrovia. Don't go against fighting to bombing. There is a place in bombing they call bombing range. The range of bombing. When the people talk, that mind. They have a blue lake there. Lake. If you know where they had the boss fly in 1984, that place there should be a tourism area where people will go build hotels. Real hotels or either little house there for people to go and spend some time there. They didn't go into work, but After we got waterfall, we don't have when dry season is fall, can be dry and there can be no current in Monrovia. If we can utilize Batawi fall to give up current, this is what Liberia wanted George Weah to do. Because of its popularity, his friends are taking big advantage over him. God for him to sit and make his own decision or take his own decision. Look at what was like about with him and the former president. You see, any good or instructive, the Americans carry you up and bring you down. Or America carry you up and bring you down if at all you die very fast. We wanted this president. Every Liberian loved George Weah because of what George Weah did in the past. But now George Weah is not George Weah again, and George Weah has become efficient in our country. Our president, when I saw this guy booking President Weah from Nigeria, one of the top people booking President Weah, it made me to shed tears, President. I said, our president.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I listen
for those of you who is CDC, now you got to speak up. Because if you guys are speaking up and he sees his full packaging, criticizing him, then why you guys started now? I think the president will wake up. He will wake up and say, what is happening? What really happening? My own packaging. Because like you call your party down.
Yeah.
My own parties are coming criticizing me. It's not the opposition no more. You know, when Henry was saying those things way back, other people say, oh, these men are serious. He hit the president. He hit this. He was giving me ideas. Oh, Mr. President, don't do it this way. Mr. President, don't do it this way. Today I saw rice. Some group of Liberians, they have their rights office where they made in the Republic of Liberia. Those guys that brought up that idea are really supported. I'm an agriculture person. I believe in agriculture. I believe in farming. My father was a farmer. So if all of these things is happening on George Weah watch, that is $48.5 million that they bring to a country and they are celebrating. We should stop celebrating small things that comes in our country and celebrate big things that Liberia would do. That Liberia would do. Or Liberians would do. So that our economy can boost up. Not look at the entire Grand Judah. Grand Judah is a travel. The gold deposit that came from South Africa to that place. Our government cannot manage it. If we ready to take the gold in Grand Judah, there will be no Grand Judah, there will be no Maryland, there will be no panel. But we're taking foreigners from another country to come and steal from us. You know how many gallons of gold these people can take from over there? But we just sitting there, we say Liberia poor. And don't go back to Nima County. Nima, only 30% of our iron ore have been taken. The rest is still there. They have not done anything with Nima Mountain. If President Weah can find a way for our country to come back, like in the 70s, in the 60s, people used to leave from Nigeria, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Togo to come and teach, to come and look for money. And we are going to Ghana in the hospital to go use their hospital, and whereby in the 70s, in the 60s, in the 70s, mostly in the 70s and the 60s, people used to leave from their come to Ikeba Hospital. People used to leave from their come to Ghana Hospital. People used to live in their country, TB hospital, and GSP. Today we are living. Is there the war nuclear? So I really agree with that brother that just spoke. But this president will not listen. This president is like cat. Cat has short memory. For people who listening to you, if you take cat for 5 hours or 9 hours and take cat to another house, when you go there, your own cat that you brought up will never know you. This is how the president is. You don't listen. He got short memory. Very short memory. That he see all of these things, he transfer and go to Ghana, transfer, go to Nigeria, and see the people country. And come back in Nigeria to talk about food. If you already heard some of us that the president did well, he took us from nowhere to somewhere. But this administration, for now, for President Weah to do like it, it was God that helped Ellen to raise this man here to make it, to make it president, so that the youth of our country to believe that yes, he become president and he failed us. Thank you very much, President. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Bro Jenna. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. This discussion is about CDCians coming here to discuss what is happening in our party or with the government. But we can still listen to anybody up there to be a part of the discussion. That's what we do it tonight. Yeah. So, not yet from Honorable Mr. Connor. How are you?
I'm
Yeah,
good.
you can throw in some thoughts there too. I'll listen to you.
Yeah. I listened to the callers and also to the chairman emeritus, Zakama, and just few points that I want to make in regards to the president. First, I want to talk about the president's surrounding. I believe that the advisors to the president are not serving the president right. And in doing that, they are also affecting the Liberian government image and the Republic of Liberia's image. They are hurting.
I will take you.
I think it is time now that our president, if he's listening, or he will get to listen to this recording, that he start making some very strong decision about changing those around him in his inner circle of advisors. I don't think they are serving him right because of the fact that the decision that he has made lately in terms of releasing music while he and his party have just suffered a massive defeat from the opposition and also a massive rejection from the Liberian people. And the president is releasing Mr. Lion Man, and today he released Happy Birthday. I don't think those two releases show any positive sign of the CDC responding positively to the defeat she just received. I think the advisor are ill advising the president. And I think the president needs to look at people like the chairman emeritus, Mr. Zakama, and others to surround himself with like minds of the chairman emeritus, Zakama, and the likes of him. I think they would do a service to our country and they will uplift the vision of the young people and they will help to put Liberia on the right track so that the young people of Liberia can be great future leaders. You know, some of these things happen and we overlook them. If you see our body politics today, there are a lot of Liberians. I mean, good Liberians, competent Liberians who have decided to stay out of politics. And I can see like the likes of our chairman emeritus, Zakama, from his expression that he's frustrated and he's kind of like trying to just shy away from politics. This is my first time listening to him. This is my first time meeting him, and it is an honor. And from his deliberation on this show indicates to me that he is learned and he is a patriot and a nationalist that can help to transform our country. I think the president needs people like him around him. And we advise that the president starts to make changes in his advisors. And also, another thing the chairman touched on, which was the militancy. I touched on this before on Liberia Public Radio program. And the militancy of the CDC does not send a positive message because the CDC is the ruling party and we have just come out of a 14-year of bloody tribal civil war.
Yep.
And most of the participants describe themselves as rebel factions. And the regalia that the CDC is wearing, those were some of the regalia of those factions.
Yep.
So it does not send a good message to our Liberian people and even the international community. It sends a message that we are still militants, that we are still believing in faction, we are still believing in fighting, or we want to go back to a civil war, which of course I will encourage the hierarchy of the CDC and CDCians to change that particular regalia. Because the chairman is here, and I will ask this question, and before I proceed, if the chairman can answer this question. In 2005, was the CDC wearing those berets?
2005, I can't recall because I wasn't really part of CDC yet, but I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
I personally, from my observation, I don't think they were wearing those berets.
No, they weren't. I don't know.
Okay. So what happened along the way that all of a sudden people just became militants? And another thing that also bothers me a lot is the chant of Amanla Awetu. We are not South African.
Thank you.
We are Liberians.
I've said that.
Why will we put aside our culture and bring in somebody else's culture? As we all know, I'm a young man, but I remember growing up, I would hear the people chanting, Bati oh Bati.
That's right.
Yo, yo. Men oh men. Those were the chants that our people used to chant. What happened to those chants today? We are so entrenched in borrowing other people's culture and leaving our own culture. And these are not things that will move our country forward. Another point I want to also touch on has to do with the reshuffling of the government. The president has in his power, like the chairman said, to reshuffle his cabinet. He appoints and he can dismiss or reshuffle. And the Liberian people are not happy with the performance of those who the president have appointed or those who the CDC have put forth to administer the affairs of Liberia. So I think it is now time that the CDC and the president take a different approach. If they want to retain some of those people, it is up to them. But I think they should have a kind of a system put in place where they will have people doing a quarterly report and also assessment. And also they should be given a quarterly quota in terms of how they perform and what are.
I think you froze.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah. I think these things would be one of the ways the government can move forward. And I also listened to the last caller, Mr. Dinwan, talking about the rice situation. I had that jotted down already. There's a Liberian guy here in the diaspora. His name is Armstrong. He is the one who carrying on that rice project. And he's selling the rice as 12 United States dollars, while others are selling the imported rice for I think $15 or so. I think it would be wise enough and productive enough for the president and the government of Liberia to invest in that company at least about maybe $2 or $3 million so that they can increase their production, and that will help to reduce the price of rice, which is our staple food in Liberia, and it is produced in Liberia as well. And it will also force the importer to reduce the price of their imported rice, and that would benefit the Liberian people. And another point I want to touch on is I think the government needs, the chairman did made mention of that the government needs to take on pilot projects, look around the country and focus on bullet point projects that they can undertake that will
this
impact the
look at
lives
us
of the
disturbing my
common
show.
people. That will impact the lives of the common people. And then these things could be like schools, because some of the schools, like we have some of the public school within the Monserrato area, because Monserrato is one of the most densely populated county right now. They can start to computerize some of those high schools and junior high school. They can take, for example, like the Matilda Newport Junior High School, which is my alma mater, and say they would take it as a pilot project to computerize and also have a science lab at the Matilda Newport, and they can use that other student can come there and do some computer work and see how that project go, and then they can go to the next high school. And that will also help to improve our educational system in Liberia. And lastly, I will also recommend to the government to look deeply. When Mr. Denua was talking, he did make mention of gold. And the gold is being mined in my county, which is Grand Cape Mount County. I don't think there is any accountability or any kind of monitoring of the gold mine that is in Grand Cape Mount. And there is no benefit I have seen thus far coming to the county and coming to the people of Grand Cape Mount and coming to the Liberian people. And these are things that the Ministry of Lands and Mines needs to take a very close look at. And my question on this platform tonight is, what is the Ministry of Lands and Mines doing? And when you look at the gold mining also in the Southeast, people are just doing illicit gold mining in the Southeast, which is not benefiting Liberians. It is also not benefiting the counties at all. So in my view, those are because those are natural resources that have very high monetary value on the world market, that could bring in more foreign exchange, that could help to boost the value of the Liberian dollar. So I am urging the CDCians, the CDC party, as a political entity, and the government of Liberia as the administrator of the Liberian people to look into some of these recommendations that we are making tonight. And I want to say thank you so much to the chairman emeritus for giving me the honor to share this platform with you. It is an honor to serve on the same platform with you. And Honorable Dan, I want to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm so honored and humble to be on this platform. So I would like to give the opportunity to some of the callers to call in.
All right, we hold on. We already have a caller on here. Let's listen to the caller here. Caller, your name and where are you calling from?
Hello?
Yeah, your name and where are you calling from? Is it Urita? Oh, okay, all right, go ahead. I'll hear from you. Hold on, they said they're not hearing you. Hold on for me. If your phone is on how they call it
The speaker.
okay, because the people are saying that they're not hearing you. But let's try it. Let's see.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes, that was
Yeah,
clear.
they're hearing you.
That was clear.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Dan, I am a little woman, a pure little woman from Liberia. But to be frank, Mr. Dan, I'm so frustrated for the past 1 month now. What makes me frustrated is that I love my president, I love my country. But it looks like what I observe is that things are not going right. I listened to the two brothers tonight, the first one that spoke, I don't know his name, and the one that just left. Mr. Dan, we travel so many countries. We see the witness work, especially in developing countries. I spent more than 15 years in Nigeria. Over there. If I was president of president to all, I was so better to my state with I think he can even go for 24 years. But it looks like one person is not listening to us, and also the people around him, making our president to not listen to us. Let me go to the point. Mr. Dan, I want you people to know that Liberia is not a country again where even if you don't want to speak English, like you sit down behind the house and just sit and sit there going on, Liberia is not like that anymore. Look, the 15 years I've stayed in Nigeria, when my brother was saying, what the brother that just left was talking about, producing food. In Nigeria, there's a state called Plateau State. Plateau State, they produce apple, Irish potato, and pepper. And then a state called Borno State, they produce country rice, corn, and vegetable oil. And the people from the southeast, which is Imo State, Port Harcourt, Enugu, Anambra, and Imo State, they produce palm red oil. And where we had the refugee camp, the Ogun State, the Yoruba people, they produce farium, which is gari. And the Benue people, they produce yam. So every state in Nigeria have their own food that they produce. And also, people do their own family work. People who finish with college, finish with university, people that travel outside the country, as you were saying about your brother that just start producing his own rice. So if the president can allow the Nigerians to speak their mind and then you listen to them, our country will get power. But you know that President Trump don't want to listen to us. So be frank, don't always use the internet and be listening to us. I am ashamed because the way I saw my president is not going that direction. He's not going that direction. There was a time when I called one of my models. I called him to give me an idea. So I wanted to tell him that they need to empower people in the school area. If they say you, this is the position, this is what we want to do, and this is what we want in this country. And then let the president be sure that that person should do their job. And the president, that's easy. We don't care. We don't care. Look at the surroundings. Everywhere, minister, what are you doing? Or father minister, what are you doing? Oh, father, what are you doing? Information minister, what are you doing? Pastor, what are you doing? Are you getting there? Are you there? Are the Nigerian people see what you're doing? And you know, just wear coat suits? And you passing me around? Is that what they want? Our country is 172 steps. To be frank, President Jones, we are used to come and say, oh, we want you to see that you need to come to the refugee camp. And you need to just not everybody need their money to pay yourself. But today, many people are having to know this, man, even when you're in refugee life, you do things, and then you want to be president, we know that he will do something for us. But to the end of the day, our president is not listening to us. At what point I want to put it to now, if we want the best that's done in our country, we should take the U.S. dollar from in the market. If we do that, Liberia will be developed. Because that's how Nigeria come out. There was a time my former boss was sitting with when she started talking. She said, my daughter, you want me to tell you something again? She said, market, you don't have your own content money. That you know the same for the British pound. You think like you still find the market. Naira. If you want to pay somebody in Nigeria, they will pay that money in Naira. I'm calling you to pay anything for that country. They can use their own money to support and get out of money and use it. Just like your money, cannot money and use it. No, the one that has money. Want to be developed. So, my point is to let us that US dollar for in the market. Out of that country. I give you 1 year that people will be the way you want it to be. That people will be the way you want it to be. And then the president is job too. Let's keep them on their back. Let's get on their back. If you do that, just take them out. I'm not going to go power. We are not looking for you to share. How many dollars should you get? That's not what we want. How many girlfriends you get? That's not what we want. We want our country to be better. So the big topic for I see you. I will come back. This is the part that we the women. This is the part that they speak. When I should get high school or now we have to speak. We're not getting out. Thank you so much.
That was a very nice and sound talk. I want to say thank you so much. And those are the good recommendations that we're looking for on the internet, you know. People can't just be saying things, and nobody come up with any good thing to give recommendation. Like most of you guys, and more especially about the Nigerian people, how they divide their whole stuff, content, in fact, per state. Each state have their own food to produce. Those are the kind of way people can bring suggestions. Who knows? Some of them are listening to us. Maybe they might want to make use of some of the things that we're talking about. Those of you, our listeners, those of you listening, I want to say thank you for tonight. our program is about to close. We only have 4 minutes left. So I will take the 4 minutes to give it to my people to at least get their closing statement, at least in 1 minute each, before we close. We start with you, Honorable Zakama.
Thank you very much.
You.
Thank you very much, Mr. Don, for the invitation. And I want to say, Mr. Conan, he just left.
I will bring him back.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for the invitation. We really had a great conversation. And I want to say to you, Mr. Conan, thank you for the recognition. And I'm also glad to have listened to you, to really touch on issues that affects the daily lives of our people, and the way you articulated it, conveyed to me you're a very smart and passionate person, who will speak your mind in a more respectful tone for the government to listen. So I think you pretty much will serve as one of the role models for your generation, and we really look forward to working together in the future, in the best interest of Liberia. Again, recommendation for the president, I think we have been touching over it here through our conversation. But it behoves the government now to do what is best for the Liberian people and what is best for the party. And the only person that can take that mantle is the president. And to do so, he must reunite the party. That coalition, the coalition of NPP, LPDP, and reconcile with the vice president. Reconcile with the vice president. There is nothing too big, Mr. President, that you cannot do. Also, the National Executive Committee should sincerely try to open up to diaspora Liberians so that they can be able to speak to their leaders. Some people don't even want to come to Liberia, but because they provided their services, support, they want to speak to leaders so they can feel important. Last but not the least, Mr. President, it's compulsory you reshuffle or you dismiss some people so that you can set quotas. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much, guys. We run out of time now. It's just one more minute, in fact, less than 30 seconds to close here. Mr. Conner, I want to say thank you. And I want you guys to expect this kind of a panel discussion next Tuesday evening, the same hour. I will try to include more people so we can make it a little engaging to talk about our country. That is a wonderful way I think we can start this whole thing. And I want to take this time to say thank you so much. Thank you all for coming. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful night.
Bye. Thank you very much. It was an honor.
Thank you.